everyone, and welcome back to the Albarian, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. It's me, Murray, your lawkeeper. I'm back at the TM seat. It's great. It's been a while. I haven't GM'd all year, and we're 14 days into the year already. Something's wrong with that. I'm joined by the regular table, minus Tangerine, and plus a Vaughn. Hey, what's up? We're not going to explain your guesting here today yet. Hello, how you be? Your name's uneven, I'm fixing that. And everyone else as well, we're all back. What's up? Peter, Ethan, Stitch, and Ben. How y'all doing? How was your holidays?
Living the dream.
Oh, great.
Absolutely fantastic.
Pretty good.
Spectacular.
Pretty good.
Yeah. We're upgrading our PC big time, so...
A lot of people are. It's really cool.
Yeah, forced upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, my heart melted so much when I heard about that.
Did you lose information?
My PC bricked on Christmas Eve.
Ouchie, wawa.
Yeah.
Dislike.
Big ooch.
Santa said no.
Santa
You're going to get
baby,
bricks
you
for
get
Christmas.
coal.
why you gotta hurt
Burn
me,
the coal, not brick my
Actually.
PC.
He's like, it's 2023. This is the coal of the new age.
A broken
You
PC.
get bricks.
Oh.
Everyone's hard until Santa casts brick PC. Sorry.
Oh gosh, alright, well, we've numbed a little bit. Let's hop into some announcements here. Ben, take it away with our sponsored. We're sponsored, everyone, by State Farm.
Yes. And we try to do a little something fun every read. So today we're going to be doing a strong bad read. If you ever saw homestarrunner.com. Need guidance on life, auto, or homeowners insurance? Contact Kate Woolman State Farm for all of your insurance needs. Rates can be more affordable than you think, and protecting what matters most to you is important. Call Ben at 719-539-6265, and I'll set you up with what you need. That's 719-539-6265. Thanks.
Bravo! Standing applause, but I don't want to stand up. Yeah, it's sponsored by State Farm, so go check them out. Thank you so much, Kate Woolman, for sponsoring us, you delightful human being.
Yes.
Other things that we have going on this coming week on Tuesday, I totally forgot to double check. We might be having either a Heroes Feast or Here Be Shenanigans, one of those two. Either way, it'll be me and Ben coming on and having some fun with a potential Smokey appearance. That happens at 8 p.m. MT, so come on by for that. Nothing this Thursday. Last Thursday, we saw the finale and finalization of Mystery Bloodheim campaign, and we're wrapping things up on the next one, but that's not this coming Thursday, that'll be the next one. Our Fate Core miniseries continues. We had an absolute blast and hoot getting introduced to the world that the Momogeko from the Geekier Knights has created. Oh boy, it's gonna be tragic, y'all. Prepare for your hearts to get melted out. It's already started in a delightful way. It's absolutely splendid. That is happening this Saturday this week, because on Friday I'm shamelessly getting a tattoo and will not be here. I'll be preoccupied. It'll be on Saturday at 12 p.m. So come and show the support, and also show the support to the Geekier Knights. They are amazing people, and they have such good Fate Core material over there. That didn't work. I spelled it wrong, that's why. It's,
How dare you?
Geekier, I know, terrible of me. I forgot an S. There we go. Yeah, they do Fate Core over there. So if you're into Fate Core, hop on over. That's why they're the GM for our miniseries in this. She's very good at it. Very good. Other things, we have merch, y'all. We have a new design in the store.
Yes.
Which is...
It's great.
It's great. Let's just take a
Peter
little...
endorsed.
Peter endorsed. Let's just take a little look-see here, shall we? Oh, look at the store. Look how great it is. Look how wonderful. We have the Alti and Do You Believe in Friendship, a sticker sheet with all of the characters we've had from Campaign 1, Campaign 2. That is the final characters, not all of them. There'd be a lot more on there if it was all of them. Sorry, players. Characters die. There's also the Nathriel holding hands with Brolog. Oh, delightful. So many wonderful things to take a look at. Go check out the store.
Dang, we even have our own stock photo models.
Right? Yeah, totally.
Photo models.
Look at the stock photo models. You can get them for a low, low
Paid
price.
one time for their likeness and then never again. To be used in perpetuity.
Forever.
Still no body pillow though. What is happening?
Yeah, just still no body pillow.
Soon.
They want a Nathriel body pillow, and that takes effort.
He doesn't have the physique for a body pillow. It would be. He is far too malnourished to
Was
be an attractive body
was. He's now the voice of the deities inside Nathriel. He's well fed now.
Well fed now.
I don't think you understand quite how much his mental illness has.
I don't think you understand who he married.
Day-to-day actions.
Okay, anyway, that's the last one. That's all my wonderful little announcements. You can join our Discord as well for the happenings, the delightful opening things. Yes, so that's the end of our announcements. Any of you have anything? I know the Benjagubba has something.
Yes, we're back. We've officially had, I think, 4 or 5 streams since we've been back this year. So, definitely, if you just want to follow or check out any of the Owlbear in Discord, I post around different communities, so you might catch wind of it there. But I'm trying to do at least 1 or 2 streams a week right now, and so. They're like 2 hours long. Nothing crazy. Just come on by, chat a little bit, watch some retro gaming. And yeah, hope to see you there.
Always a good hoot. Always fun. Love seeing some retro games. That's where we have Hookah Shenanigans. It's one of my favorite chill times. That and I get to hang out with that wonderful human being right there. Look at that face. How wonderful. Right, shall we do that intro and hop back into these characters?
Let's make some friends.
Let's go make some friends.
Open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. Sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Ira Dei. A little recap on what happened last time, because I think we're going to need a recap on that. Last time, we journeyed with the Hand, the full party, Schnorsboop, Altian, Big Tin, Teffy, and Zora, to the lands of the Gruntinan Senate, Well, they went to the city of Zelum, main primary manufacturing hub of all of the Arc-Tech and new devices being created throughout the entire lands. They were looking into some of Altian's backstory and his complicated upbringing. Through the process, encountered two of his old acquaintances, Francis, who had taken on his face and name in order to continue what he left behind, and Luce, who left many years prior and eventually found their way into the helpful hands of getting herself as the CEO director of Altian Inventions. There was plenty of conniving to get her there. They enacted a plan to move forward with what Altian wanted, which was removing the corruption from the lands in a very violent way. That was maybe a little too a polite way of putting it for Altian. Through the processing, everything was going fairly well until one of the gang leaders found out.
Cough, cough.
Excuse me. Thank you. Wow. Found out where Altian was storing his vehicle and kind of what it was. Ended up trying to steal the power source from it, and through complications, they set off the power source in an overriding way.
Being a grenade.
Being a grenade, yes, that Altian threw at it. Causing it to go into a critical level, not fully understanding or knowing what's powering it, how it works. It ended up being very close to probably one of the biggest bombs you can make without going nuclear, while still having traces of anti-magic fields left behind it, like a nuclear waste left behind. Instead, it is a vast cloud of anti-magic that you can't see, but you can feel. They woke up in it, after the after effects of it, drained of all their arcane capabilities, and faced with the horrifying scene of Zara's death. We left them in a little bit of a turmoiled state of what's going on in Grantina's kind of out of their hands. The hand is being forcibly disbanded for now, or for the time being, by the guild until investigations can be upheld. About a month into the occasion, the investigations were dropped when the Grantinan Senate broke into civil war. The guild still did their own, however found that the hand themselves were not responsible for these deeds. Someone else was. They were just trying to act in accordance to what was going on, and that their intentions were truly good. Any kind of inquiry to Julian as to how the guild so easily came to this conclusion, he just smiles and says, "They owed me a few favors." From there, you all set off and did your own individual searching until the need for the hand arises again. To start, let's start actually with, oh no, I kind of want to make you roll for it. Should we make that the first roll? See who we reintroduce first? Yeah, let's do it. So, Altian, Schnozbip, and Big Tin, just roll
Highest
D20.
or lowest?
What do you all prefer? Do you want the lowest to go first?
Yes.
Yes? Great. Lowest goes first. Oh, no.
I like that little turnaround. Oh, that was close.
I have to remember I can actually see your screens very clearly now up here. Level 17.
I got a 5.
Oh, you might have doomed yourself there, Peter.
Yes.
I'll see what you get. Oh no!
A 2.
2.
Oops.
Big Tin's
I'm
good
going
with
last.
yeah. With a delightful 17. Okay, Altian, we're starting with you then. Let me
Alright, one
just
second.
change
Write
the
a note
scene
real-
here. Because we are not starting in a city. We're starting in the deserts. It's been a long day for you, Altian. There's smoke rising from the plains of sand you see around. Devices lie around, scattered, destroyed. Bodies litter the field. Multiple different colors for the coordination as to who they belong to. Off in the distance, a single track, one of those tanks that you scavenged, rolls around with a team of peoples searching for survivors. Luce just won another battle. Drestif is now in her control. Of course, Francis and his team, they do the groundworks for seizing cities these days. Infiltrate inside, use the copy that infrastructure, release propaganda, leverage the city against the Senate, and we will win. Those are her words. How do you feel?
Alright, well, let's just say this isn't exactly what he expected the outcome to be at this point. He hasn't decided one way or the other how he feels about it yet. I will say that in his heart of hearts, he believes he's not as happy as he was when he was just beating the tar out of random criminals on the street.
But the feeling in Revelations, reminiscing about this thought probably for the dozenth time in the past few lunas. How did it come to this? I was just a vigilante at first, but now I'm in control of this. Or I'm involved. Maybe not necessarily in control, but involved. It's the perpetuating question. As a solid metal hand just gently grabs the top of your left shoulder. Another battle won. How many more do you think she has? Francis is standing just to your left, right behind. His arms now, or his arm and leg that he lost, having been completely replaced by fully functional prosthetics, compliments of Julian.
Too many.
You was about to say not enough. We're about to move on. Heading on to the next city. We need to lay the groundworks. Our crew there is already set things in works or running. But the knights are needed. I think she wanted to talk to you.
Okay, then let's go and talk. Let me ask you something, What if it doesn't stop with the Cretina Senate?
He lifts his real hand, scratches the stubble on his cheeks he hasn't shaved in a while. Well, the Vazuth Republic was already at war with itself. Nathriel Union's queen is temperamental at best. If you ask me, the states of Uptula, they're a fuse away from declaring it themselves. I'm not a politician, though, Altian. I'm just the fighter. They wage the wars. I do what I have to end them.
Let's go.
The two of you walk along past where the corpses are being gathered up. They're all burned. Nothing's left for potential of any more outbreaks. You leave a dead corpse in the ground, that's asking for bone flappers. And a bone flapper swarm, although it's been a while since one's been seen, no one wants to live one again. You're taken to the command tent, recently put up. Inside are two other CEOs from some other companies that were merged into Altar Inventions around the time of the Civil War Declaration. And Luce is looking down at the table and her favorite general, Guka. Which Guka's here, you know, somewhere around. His great and Nathriel is roaming these deserts. As soon as you get to the tent entrance, though, your way is barred by two guards in the front.
I'm just gonna look at them until they move. I don't know what else.
Just look at them until they move. It takes a little moment, but they recognize you and pull the spears apart from each other and let you pass. And you hear Luce just on the other side pointing at a field. It's the battle map in front of them is basically just a depiction of pure sand. On occasion, there are little pieces in amongst the sand. And at this point, you know it's rough estimation at best when waging war within the sands of Grantina. The dunes move too much. Forces are forced to relocate. Nothing can be permanent when you're not within a city. That and moving troops inside the city or inside the desert for elongated periods, that's really dangerous with the high storms. Not the high storms, wow. With the sandstorms.
The Cheech and Chong storms.
Dude, man, whoa. We hear Luce pointing at one of the figures. What's left of the armies has fled north. There's nothing that they have up there. They'll either starve or die of thirst. I don't think we'll have to chase after them. Unless they get lucky. The general. Well, it's no problem for me to take care of. If you'd like, I can just take my girl out and we'll eat the rest. Altian.
You needed to see me.
Yes, we'll reconvene in a moment. Everyone think on that. They're not going anywhere, except for deeper into the desert. The party splits. Guka walking past you as he always does with a keen smile. Curt nod. I wanted to ask your opinion on Zellum. Many of the refugees have fled north to the Barashtar Kingdom, and I'm just not entirely sure if it would be wise to open up Zellum to it. It's your city too, I just wanted to ask.
What is she trying to say? I'm confused.
So refugees, when the war
Yes,
broke
went
out, a lot
to-
of refugees have been going up north to the Bashtar. Zelem's been closed off
Yes.
because people, common knowledge is it's not inhabitable right now. People cannot live there. However, that's been resolved. Julian fixed it, but hasn't told anyone how. Just that a few bridges were burnt by his process of doing so.
Okay.
She's kind of poking at the aspect of, do we open it up now that it's inhabitable again? Like, do we reveal the fact that we are truly inside that city?
How much of the reconstruction has been completed?
The walls have been reformed. Not many of the buildings on the inside. It's still going to take work to completely rebuild everything, but it's sound. And it can house a great many people. We have people as well willing. The governor, he's on our side now, and he's willing to go back in and help reconstruct everything. Get the food infrastructure back in place, get a proper food infrastructure in place. It's just revealing the fact that we still have control of all of that will be making it a target. There's a lot of infrastructure in there that I'm sure the Senate and the remaining corporations will want.
Are there any other downsides?
Food strain. Right now, we're not taking on any of the infrastructure or the difficulties and the costs of people. Most of them are fleeing, heading to the borders. However, if we continue relying on that, if we continue giving Balashtar the costs of our housing our people, there are two costs to it for us. We lose valuable manpower for our nation when it does come back to order. And it puts a strain on our relationship with them. As right now, we're not really doing anything to help the refugees here.
Okay, you said that she has control of Dresdiv now?
Dresdiv, yeah. Dresdiv and a few other small cities. But most of the refugees see them as still, or the people fleeing have been directed away from those cities. There's just not been according to her, not been the infrastructure to be able to take care of it. Dresdiv, though, was more of a food supply location. You've got access to the harbor for fishing, and the surrounding areas have been enhanced for food growth. Capture of this city puts them in a much better situation to be able to start doing this. It'll still be a strain.
Okay. I do want to avoid all-out war. Alright,
Even though the risks are high, I think we should reopen the city. It's best we avoid an all-out war until we get control. And even then, I think when we do have control, we only need to protect ourselves. There's a desert between us and them. We can use that.
She nods thoughtfully, staring at the map in front of her. Francis is kind of standing there behind you, looking between the two. I see what you're saying. I agree. We should open up the city. Thank you. How are you?
Same as always.
Potato agrees.
He does. He growled in unison almost with me. Hey.
Oh wow.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
You need to leave the room. Come on. You need to go.
Oh, we love the pets. They're adorable.
Keep going. Sorry.
She looks to you and letter. I need to write a letter. Well, I'm not sure if the same as always is good per se, but thank you for your help. Our efforts really do appreciate it.
In the meantime, as you're opening up the city and letting refuge, once the infrastructure is up in the other cities we've taken, I think you should move some of the acquired tech. That way it's not all in one place.
Spread it out. Yes.
But
One of
only
the
in places where you know you have control.
One of the prior, or one of my advisors now, has been suggesting the same thing, but the others have been disagreeing. General Gook has been siding with them on that. I'll have to think on that one again. I see the sense in what you're talking about, but I also see the sense in what they say. I'll consider it. Thank you.
How are you?
Surviving on the move. Being in the desert's nothing new to me. I'm used to it. I just want this to be done.
Insight.
Do it!
With another dice, because I'm not rolling that one again. That's not terrible. $16.
16. Okay. We're for 16. She is tired. And knowing Lou, she's never really truly liked conflict. She's never enjoyed full-on fights like this, and you can see it in her eyes. It's very feasible that she really does just want this to be done.
You should get some rest.
Yes, well, now that this is done, the siege is over, I can. After I figure out whether or not there are any remaining cells or problems inside the city, Francis takes a step forward and gives a curt nod towards the door to you, Ultian. So, I'll convince her. Looks like you got another visitor. Busy man.
I turn in the direction of the door.
A familiar red-robed individual stands with just the slightest trace of red mist coming from the bottom of her robes. She still wears that same porcelain-like mask with a curt little smile on it. And you hear the whisper come from her. Ultian?
Yes.
Julian needs a discussion.
Where is he?
Pallius? She holds out her hand.
I'm going to turn back around quickly and say,
I'll be back as soon as I can. If anything happens, let me know.
and I'm going to reach out and touch
Hand.
hand.
As soon as you do, you're enveloped in this red mist. And it begins to, as soon as the strange little particles start to come towards your face, you breathe, they smack into the mask, grateful that you have some kind of filter possibly in your mask. They start to fall away, and the desert around you has disappeared. And you find yourself standing in a very familiar courtyard. There, we're going to switch over to someone else. Schnazboo.
Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo.
All right, Schnozbeep. I think we're coming into you. Trekking back into Pallius.
Yeah, much the same route that Snozboop took to get there the first time he came into Pallius.
Yeah, yeah.
Through Ballastar. Yeah. But Snozboop has been in his home country, stealthily investigating, well, first Liam's demise and the fall of Lefrink. But additionally, he was doing that for Julian. He was also following and investigating all of the elders of his tribes, who he believed have nefarious reasons for creating the messengers of peace. So that's what he's been up to thus far.
Your greeters as you come in, having spent so much time back home for a while, the scene...
I will say, it wasn't really home, because he didn't
Different,
interact with
yeah.
anybody there. He acted as though he was not there to best, disguise his motives. There could be no notice really if people aren't present. So it didn't really feel like home. It was just a land that he was sort of accustomed to, but not the people that made it home.
Familiar terrain. Having been back in familiar terrain, a location that you know like the back of your hand, because that's a fair point, yeah. Actually, that's a neat point to bring up. Doesn't feel like home really anymore. Or didn't feel like it during your visit. Everything there is still lavish. It's peaceful. Crime rates are down massively. The land itself seems to be thriving. Doing well. Despite the known war efforts going on the eastern flanks, which, during the time you were there, you heard against the Newark Empire, The numbers are not dwindling, but the recruitment is. The states of Uptula are running out of forces. They're now losing numbers, not making them. And the swarms, the hordes, they don't seem to be stopping. Pallius might come as a bit of a shock. You've been back here for a while. It's bustling. There are many people around, several of them being darker of skin, knowing that they come from the Grantinan Senate. Refugees are coming through. They're arriving inside the town. You had heard that Julian had been convinced the mayor to help out with that, and he even pulled some strings for the Balashtar Kingdom. He pulled a lot of strings in the past 6 months, feeling a little strained himself, potentially. Well, there is one shop that might catch your attention as you're wandering up. It's a big bioluminescent sign that on the inside of it, bioluminescent meaning that they put a chemical mixture inside a glass tube that they create in some way that glows during the dark for a certain amount of time. And it says, Jim's Churros.
Speaking of which, do we get any Pallius points since?
Loads.
What's Pally's points?
Pally's points, yeah. Tell us what are Pally's points, Schnozboop, and how many you had.
I'm not 100% sure what Pallius points is. I was just told that I was the collector of them
Pallius
for the
points.
group.
Okay,
I
then.
have 2 currently, plus whatever JP's about to tell me.
2 currently. You have hopped up to 6 right now, seeing as the population infrastructure has increased massively. However, the infrastructure part of it is at a level 5. You have the housing and the capability to house people, but it's at capacity. And people are still coming in. So there is more construction work being done in several different locations for more houses to be built and created. The walls are being expanded. As you're coming up, you will notice that there is the walls are being pushed outward farther and new ones are being built. It's a mountain area though, and one side of the mountain is, well, one side of the 3 peaks of the mountains are very sheer cliffs. They don't have to build walls there, so rebuilding walls, fairly easy for them to do. Remember, when thinking of Pallius, think Sicilian-style cities. You've got a hill top going up, and the houses are built going up that hill, with the roads winding upwards. It's busy, it's popping. There's a lot of people this early in the morning at around 9-ish, let's say.
And just for the people at home, because obviously I know, what do the Pallius points do? Do we spend them at some point?
You don't spend them, you build them. So building them means better infrastructure around and better equipment for the shops that you frequent inside this place. I can start giving you more unique items, tastier items, now that Pallius is thriving and the income, or the richness of the city, is increasing.
Very good.
There is one thing, actually no, I might tease that. I'll tease that when Altian comes around again.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, well, Snozboop is, in the city. I don't know if Silence came. So Silence was with me in my investigation process. Is he with me still, or did he go off do their own thing?
He is with you still. He has been. He traveled back with you.
Okay, cool. Well then, I'll just pop back up. I'm just gonna take it all in as I go back up to the guild. Yeah, I'll just take it all in. See what Pallius has become in my absence. Which time-wise, what are we at here? Time-wise.
Time-wise, it's been roughly 6 months. You are looking at. Hang on, there are 5 lines, 35 days in a year. It is currently the 34th day of Julings. Which, let me get
Gotcha.
to this document. Which is coming up to the end of Hulfrim, the fall season. And into... It's got a very reasonable way of saying it, but I...
And in numbers, what is
And
that
in numbers,
date?
what is that date? In numbers, that date is 569,566. It's the end of the month, or end of the Luna, as this continent goes by a strange calendar system.
All right. So yeah, Snozboop is going to walk along in amicable silence, with silence, and pop up to the guild. There was not much more that Snozboop could have find out. It kind of plateaued informationally. And so he is returning to see what else can be found, or if not, to see how he can assist now that he is no longer able to make gains. So
In the time frame.
go up to guild, see. Yeah, exactly, Von.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's old man Snozboop. Those are the gains. That's what he needs. With his 8 strength. But yeah, he'll go up and then see if Julian's about. See if anybody in the hand is about.
Okay. Wandering up, you do encounter a second statue that's been erected. There are the primary site where you all buried Gwyn at first now has an addition to it. Zara, who was put to rest in this area, with a small, similar statue, much like Gwyn's, put in place. Little placard between the two reads, "Friends united again." Once you reach the guild hall, it's fairly quiet. There's the palace pals are gone. Whisper's not around. Doctor isn't around either. He's somewhere else. Oh, who would be around? I didn't bring up my NPC list. Naughty me. There are far too many to remember.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, let's go with Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah, they're here.
Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Clyde. How's it been?
Snozboop, it has been very long. Wait, yeah, sure, that's right. Very long time. How are you? We are doing well.
I'll admit to you, is this Bonnie or Clyde? I can't tell.
Bonnie.
Both.
Bonnie's the
I'll
female,
admit
right?
to you, Bonnie, I'm tired. Silence is a wonderful companion, but I do miss the hand and the friendships that abounded within. But it is good to be back in the guild. Good to see you both. Anything of note happen in my absence?
Clyde speaks up. I think the most important thing of note in your absence was your absence. A big thing that happened there.
True. Do you know if Julian's about?
He is. He's in a bit of a meeting, though, up there. Door disappeared soon after. 2 figures showed up. Said it was important.
Oh. Interesting. Well, I'll just go wait then. Wonderful to see you, Bonnie and Clyde, as always.
Absolute pleasure, Snaz Boo.
So Snas is going to go wherever Julian's door usually is. He's going to take a chair with him, take a nap in the chair by the door.
Silence peculiarly just stands around as well, looking at you as you start to nod off in a chair. It's not time to wisp to sleep, Schnazboop.
Is it not?
Are you just an old man? Or do you choose these occasions?
Well, I am an old man. It's true. And it was a long road with some disappointing information gathering to start it. We have to take the opportunities I can to catch up with all this young energy about.
Every piece leads to something new. Nothing is answered at the start.
Silence. Are you trying to be vague?
No.
Well, you've succeeded nonetheless. Feel free to clue me in with any more of your tidbits.
The mask in the shadows just tilts in a curious way.
Actually, so Snozbib is going to try something here. He's still going to take a nap in the chair, but he's going to prop the chair so that the back is where the door should be.
Okay, yeah. You've had plenty of time. You know where the door should be.
Yeah.
So you're propping it to where, like, if it opens up, you'll fall in.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm down for that. That's cool.
And then he's going to take his nap and wait for that door to open.
Okay, you take a nap. Falling asleep. Snoozing off with silence eerily staring at you the whole time, but you've probably grown used to it at this point. I'm just creepily watching. We're going to pop over to Big Tin as you nap away. The time frame. Big Tin.
Yay, Big
What
Tin.
you been up to?
Big Tin has been, for the most part, roaming the desert. Searching. Trying to find an oasis that just never seems to be there. Every now and then he'll pop back into Palios to catch up on things and head back out again. Always learning new things, always getting more confused the more he learns about mortals, or humans, or people. Always picking up on strange facts. BT, for everybody that knew BT, when you see him again, is gonna look a little different. Before, he was the black cat. Now, he depends where you see him, but if you see him in Palios, I guess he's gonna have more of a mountain color to him.
Big Tin the White?
Not the white. Not white, but anyway, nice try. We can go
Nice
there if you
reference.
want.
Nice try.
Yes, that was my name.
That makes sense. Anyway, but I'm going to assume that he has been out wandering the desert again, looking for clues, and is now coming back to Palace. Ready to maybe do some more research. Go see Fen up at the library.
Ah, Fen, up at the library. Last time you saw him, he delivered some interesting informations. Following up on it, maybe more is needed, but you learnt a lot. It's just the final pieces. Final pieces are yet to be there.
Still don't have the whole picture. Don't understand a few things.
Entering in, as you always do, through one of the gates, the people of Pallius, for the most part, they're used to seeing you now. You get waves and acknowledgements from several people. A few new faces cower and shy away, but this is the place that genuinely welcomes you. Like, even the guards, they give you curt nods of respect. Possibly that's the word for it. Humanoids, they're confusing.
Mm-hmm.
As you trudge up, you're well aware of Jim's churros. You helped him out to even get here. I mean, it was on your funds that you gave him that he got here.
He's been getting the dividends from that? Has he been getting those dividends?
Is he getting his taste? Is Papa getting a taste?
He gets free churros whenever he wants. Jim has
'Cause I
no
can eat
idea.
'em.
Yeah, Jim has no
Literally
idea
a
that
taste.
Big Tin can't eat them. But you would be well aware, Big Tin, that it's the taste of my buns that makes the churros and sends them down to Jim.
Mm-hmm.
They learn pretty quickly to find a way to pre-cinnamon and sugar them that will survive the frying process that he does. Because he always forgets.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And they do a really good deal for him. Where he would, if he made them himself, he would not be paying the extra 2 to 3 copper per 100 churros they make for him. Like, they're not ripping him off. They're making a little money.
Should he have a legal guardian?
He probably should. He probably should.
No.
Poor Jim.
Okay.
But
that makes me feel bad.
Taste My Buns
Is
takes...
this Big Tin?
It's, if anything, it's Taste My Buns owners. They help him with everything. They kind of treat it kind of like a subsidiary company. He specializes in the selling of take care of our sweet boy. I'm not gonna give Big Jim a bad, sad backstory or story in general. You all made him who he is. He's yours.
Need one.
You need a happy thing. But he is also who he is. So unfortunately, he's doing well. You have seen the memorial for Zora and Gwyn.
Mm-hmm.
2 members of the Hand. The library, closer to the top. Teffy's not been back, so she doesn't know there's been a library built for Pallius now. One of the refugees, friend Branklin, he comes from Grantina, but came here with his entire library, somehow. Bags of holdings, you know that, Big Tin, but he hasn't told anyone else.
Did you just say his name is Friend Banklin?
Fen Branklin.
Fen
Oh, okay, never mind.
Franklin.
That was like Ben.
Oh
Ben
my
Franklin,
God.
but...
It is Ben Franklin,
just switched around.
with a switch. I'm just realizing this now, Stitch. Why do you do this to me? That wasn't me.
How are you
Oh, that wasn't
just
you?
realizing
That wasn't
this?
me. That wasn't me.
Oh no.
I'm not the one that made that one. Well done, Stitch.
Oh,
Great.
no.
Great.
Uh-huh.
Excellent. Head up to the library. Doors are big enough for you. They weren't at first, but they remade them, so they were. Enter in, and that familiar... Oh, What should we make him? That almost feels like a... Should we do something obscure? Make him a hobgoblin?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, hobgoblin. There we go. Something obscure. Hobgoblin with these bifocals on his nose. He's looking down at this book, sifting through a few pages. Sees you enter in. Like, ah, Picton, it has been a while. How did your recent search go? We found some informations, and then you left. Good? Bad? Results?
Still not being able to find it. Missing something yet.
This book has proved useless. I've got another shipment of informations. Philosophers, a few of them, for that reason, whoever that philosopher's name was, what he wrote was interesting, so I figured going into that would be nice. Maybe there's something more. Maybe not, though. We are getting information reading, so it takes time, right? Like, I'm still thinking I deal with the Grantinian people. Results immediately. Balastar is very different.
It is different.
Do you need anything in specific? I haven't got anything more for you just yet. All the books I've been ordering, they're useless. Nothing. Ugh.
No, I was just making my rounds. Just got back into town. Wanted to see anything new here. Need anything that I can pick up?
Well, it depends on where you're going next.
At the moment, I have no plans of going anywhere specific. Probably back out into the desert.
Ah,
But
well.
if you know somewhere where there's a book that you may need, I can always go see if I can search there. I mean, searching anywhere in particular doesn't seem to yield anything, so maybe a random search in a location would be what we need.
It is like one of the old theories. Distract your mind from what you are doing and the answer will come to you.
Eh.
Perhaps. I'll take a look at some of the shipments dealings. There might be a few that are reasonably, nearby. I could hire you to go grab or something, or you could just go grab. I don't need to pay you, but it's always there. Again, Grantinian mindset. You got to pay for everything.
I understand. Well then, I guess I shall make my round up to the guild hall and see anything's different up there.
Building's the same. There's a lot of new buildings actually being built around the guild hall and up from it. Previously, the guild hall was the topmost tier. New tiers are being constructed in the mountainside. Roads being wrapped around, put up into different spots, spots being carved out, houses erected from there. A lot of new construction, a lot of new people. But around when you get to the top, there's this small red spot by the door to the front of the guild entrance that begins to grow, twirl, twist, as if sand being picked up from the ground out of nowhere and coalescing, growing bigger, wrapping around into about a 7 foot or so ovular bubble.
Do I recognize this?
You've probably seen dealings and things from Whisper from time to time, and yeah, I would say you've recognized this. It's Whisper.
Is it magic?
It is an innate ability. No spells. Yeah.
Always curious.
Yeah. Good question though. Yeah. But as the mist falls and collapses to the ground,
I'm still gonna try it and be right next to Whisper. Then go, hi.
Altian, you see the sight of holding Whisper's hand just right behind her, mere inches to the back of her head, is Big Tin, just staring. And you hear the, hi! And you feel, because you're holding the hand of Whisper, you feel it tighten and grip for a second, very split second, until she quickly gathers herself. Hello, Big Tin. It's been a while.
I'll figure that out one of these days, how you travel.
Good luck.
Good to see you, Big Tim.
How goes the war?
It's war.
What brings you by?
You didn't get a message.
Nope.
Well, I think the hand is needed. What's left of it?
Well, let's go find out.
Let's. What have you been doing?
Altian says.
Searching the desert.
He responds while entering into the building. I'm narrating now. Keep going.
Are you going after the oasis?
Yep. Still trying to find it. Still not.
I'm gonna keep walking, because I'm just not gonna be like a party pooper for him and say what he feels, and that it doesn't exist at all. And if it does exist, it's so well hidden that it's gonna be impossible to find. But we keep walking.
Keep walking. You head up the stairs past Bonnie and Clyde, who are just engaged in casual conversation. Then reach to where the door for Julian's room normally is. And you can tell because Snoresboop is currently propped up against it, with his chair leaning back against the wall, asleep. With a very silent silence, just observing.
I'm gonna look down at Big Ten, and as I gesture towards Snoresboop, I'm gonna say,
I know you want to, so go ahead.
What?
I
I'm
was
rolling
just
a
assuming
perception
that
check.
I was assuming that you wanted to scare him.
No. I like doing that to Whisper because they seem to pop in everywhere. So I like being where they pop in. Make them start thinking I somehow know when they're gonna pop in.
Both the porcelain masked faces of Whisper and Silence move over to Big Tin and cock their heads at the same time.
Do we let him sleep or do we wake him up?
Well, you could talk softer if you wanted the other choice. But it is wonderful to see you both, I'm sure. Altian, my friend, it's been too long. I know, of course, that war is war, not very fun, what have you. Obviously, an abomination, as one might say. But how was it in your homeland?
Things are moving quickly.
In a good way.
Same so for now.
And Big Ten, the lumbering giant, up to anything interesting?
Searching the desert. Finding more survivors than nothing. Than the oasis, but oh well.
Okay.
Keep sending
Well-
them back here.
Well, good on you, Big Ten. Good on you. Maybe now that I'm here, we could find more success together. I've been waiting for Julian on that very subject.
The
Perhaps
door
we'll all
opens
just
up,
wait here together.
and your
Oh.
chair falls back, landing
I'll roll
heavily.
I would like to roll dexterity saving throw.
Do it. Yeah, go for
I
it.
would also. Can I try and supersede this dexterity save? I am going to catch his chair before it can fall.
Okay. You know what?
I'm gonna take my foot and use the toe to like reach underneath and grab like the front of it because he's
Grab the
leaning
front of
back,
it?
you know, and just like grab it. So you can still roll your dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, let's do two
I did.
separate.
Mhm.
Would you?
Great. Can I do a dex throw to help the chair fall?
I think
Oh,
if
my
you did
lord.
that,
I
you
will
would just
do it.
destroy the chair.
I will call that
Let's do it.
disadvantage to Ultian.
Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. All right, you're going down, dude. Because that is a nat 1. The other dice was 19. So I would have saved you.
Well, fortuitously, I got a 21.
Nice.
I'm just going to do a flip out of the chair. Not such an old man after all. I
After all.
suppose.
Which you, Schnorsboop, would hear. I suppose not. From Schnorsboop with your successful flip as the chair gets at first minorly caught, starts to slip, and then the paw of Big Tin just comes forward and nudges it that slight little moment that it's needed to tip backwards. But Schnorsboop, you're already on top of it, using the momentum that it started with, falling backwards, flipping backwards, land on your feet, feeling the brush of the clothes with how close you got to Julian, who just opened up the door. It's like, oh, you were waiting for me already? Oh,
Julian, good buddy. Great to see you. Yes, we have been waiting, but don't worry. I was taking a nice little nap.
I have no doubt. How long have I only just recently sent Whisper to gather you all? Whisper, you move quickly. 2 of them were already here. Never mind, we're good. All right. Oh, pleasure to see you all again. Please come in. I have need for you.
Oh, it does feel good to be needed. Doesn't it, Ultian?
It's a nice distraction, yes.
Julian gives you a very knowing look, Ultian.
We'll go in. I'm gonna go
Gonna
in,
walk
find
in?
a chair.
Inside are 2 figures. 2 people who've been standing and discussing with Julian for a little bit here, in accordance to what I've already sent them. So let's introduce, one guest, and
We have the
2,
sound for this?
the concept. The concept of what we're going to be doing, what Ben and I are going to be doing from this point forward. Ben is going to be taking on more of a NPC helper role, where he's going to be taking and enacting either roles that I give him, or roles that he comes up with and just wants to enact for a little bit, and not a permanent standing active member of the hand per se, more that pushing driving factor to help the hand whenever we need to introduce something that helps the hand. And in this case, it's this one.
Or hinders.
Or hinders. Or hinders, maybe. Who knows? They're helping me with certain aspects of that. We have talked about scenarios like that before, so...
This is the closest to a sound we have. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Wow.
I'm game for that. Who wants to do first? I feel like Slabberat, we should do you first.
Okay, so
Wait,
something we
did
established.
you just add 2 letters to Aberrat?
Oh, let's introduce the characters, then I'll answer that.
So to answer that question,
Oh no.
he is a slab of an Aberrat, so he is Slabberat. So he's been slabbed off into the chunk that he is. He is appears to be human. Also appears to be 80 years old, although his actual physical age is about 3 years old. Which is explaining his high charisma. That is his highest stat. He tends to be overconfident in battle, which is why he needs the protection of who we will be introducing next.
Yes. The absolutely massive beast currently standing behind Slabberat is known as Abelvine. He looks a little bit like a heavily armored Minotaur. Horns, mottled gray skin of what skin you can see, and in the spots you see fur, it looks almost mossy green. He stands perfectly still and like a giant shadow of the Slabberat you see before you.
And to clarify, for a few of you, the armor that Abavine is wearing, it's plate armor, but it's not the typical design of plate armor that you're used to seeing around in the area. It's a very different design. Vaughn, for you, the disadvantage to stealth checks you get from full plates, you can ignore that.
Nice.
Does Slabberat have certain plant-like aspects to him?
Oh yes. So Slabberat, also being a very earthen being, has a large mossy beard containing various forms of life. Maybe a bird or two. That is yet to be seen. But his skin is not a mottled gray, but rather a smooth charcoal. So maybe like a light ashy, like a very light gray, like almost like I don't know if you've seen God of War, Kratos, Ghost of Sparta, that kind of like ashy grayness. But he's very unwrinkled, surprisingly, for being a very old-looking man. You'll notice that the skin is quite smooth.
How have your travels been? The hand's been disbanded for a while. First time we're calling you all back.
A delight, sort of.
I would say almost the same. Not exactly sure.
Still haven't found it.
Yes, all things in due time, I suppose. A saying I truly have always hated. If you're willing, I have a distraction for you, though. Something I think the hand is suited for best. Wow, doggo.
Vigorous.
That was the dog shaking while my voice mod was still on. Oops,
That was
sorry
kinda
guys.
funny.
Vigorous.
Well, I wonder what that sounded like.
It's
Almost like
pretty
a
dope,
transformer.
Not gonna lie.
Anyway,
I forget what the question was.
yeah, that was so distracting. Yeah. What was last said? I'm so sorry.
All things in due time, which I hate that sentence. I have a distraction for you, though. First thing first, because of all the information that you've been doing for me, pulls out a couple of heavy sacks, and this is my Christmas gift to all of you.
Oh.
10,000 gold. Each.
10,000 gold. Well, that's a lot of gold.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of damage.
Indeed. We're gonna have to go on a little.
It's
You guys
4
want me to buy
zeros,
you a
guys.
bunch of stuff?
You want to go on a spending spree after this? That's payment for the information. I have follow-ups for all those, but first I think it's inclined that we get through introductions for the two individuals here for the contract I'd like to be proposing to you. I suppose I'll let them introduce themselves.
Real quickly, gold weighs so much when you put 10,000 gold directly into your. I need you guys to understand. It's like, hold on. Let me.
Your voice mod is on.
It is
Oh, it
on.
is? Oh,
So
no.
this sounds great. I'm laughing because of it.
Oh, and it was the wrong one too, I think.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
It was. So somehow that happened. I don't know. I'm sorry, but one
It's
second.
okay. It's
It is
amazing.
literally. Let me see. 200 pounds. 10,000 pieces of gold is 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
If
It's heavy.
We don't do
is
coin
not
weight.
over encumbered, something is happening.
Do we do coin weight?
Yeah, we do. We do coin
Oh,
weight
boy.
because having so much coin is, as Ethan's pointed out, absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Mine wasn't
do you
on.
even keep all your
turned
coin?
it off.
Oh,
Why does my voice mod keep turning on? Hold on, guys. I don't know what's happening.
might be hotkey to something that, like, it might have re-hotkeyed to something, a different key.
I think
Maybe.
you're probably right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I've been having that with my, what's it called? Input? The level of which it reads your voice. That's a word for that.
Input sensitivity?
The sensitivity, yeah. The sensitivity of it has been maximized or put down to the very bare minimum from time to time. So I've been having to pay attention to what it's at when I turn my computer on these days. It's okay.
Mine will randomly just go to default, and then I think that like there's something wrong with my cord. And then I check everything, and then it's like, no, it's just default. for
Everything's
no reason.
fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, Julian has left the introductions of yourselves to these people to you, Slabberat and Abovine.
Okay.
Give it to me.
Let me figure out a voice here.
I am Slabberat. I am one of the most capable wizards you will ever meet. I really think that's all that needs to be said.
Oh, yes. I am Abovine. Call me Bo. I will be defending Slabberat.
Oh, and you can call me Al.
Ow. Did you say?
Yes. Short for I'll have a better name later.
I'm
Well-
gonna make direct eye contact with Snozboop, and you can barely see it, but the eyebrows are like raised underneath my mask at you, like.
Well, a delight to make both of your friendships, I'm sure. One point of informational, I notice in appearance and name you are similar to a certain character of lore from a certain famous story. Are you perhaps in somehow related to the Aberrat?
Oh, yes,
Good to
directly.
introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Snozboop McSnoogan. But, so to be clear, from what I know of that individual, how old are you? How long have you been a sentient being, Al?
Oh, I would say a good long 3 years.
Snozboop looks to Ultian as if to say, this explains all things.
I'm quite old,
Well,
you see.
Of course, Al. Thank you so much. I do appreciate. I think you and our good friend Big Ten have a lot in common. I think you could have a lot of good things to connect on. Bo, once again, Snozboop McSnoogan here. How did you come to be connected to Slaverat?
I, too, am an Aberrat.
Interesting. And how old are you, in the sense of being a sentient individual?
I, too, am 3 years old.
Very good, very good. Ultian, Big Tin, would you like to introduce yourself?
You kind of just did that for us, but Altian and Big Tim.
What is an Aberrat?
A fungal creature. Mostly unintelligible at this point. Tends to
I'm gonna
express themselves through individuals like us.
look at Julian, and I'm gonna ask.
When exactly did the hand become babysitters?
He pulls the drink that he's been taking a far too long sip from down from his hand. When the babysitters put it back in the good hands of the Andraeans.
Plus, in fairness, Ultian, I believe Big Ten isn't quite 3 yet, so we've
No.
been in that sense we've been doing it all along.
Well, 7 hells, give us a few more. We'll be a daycare center.
I'm told there's quite a fair amount of gold in that endeavor.
And to clarify for the audience, Aldian probably wouldn't have said 7 hells because the concept of the 7 hells doesn't exist in Nathriel. It would have been something equivalency thereof.
Well, then give us the lore, DM. You're the one who made this world. Pull up the notes.
The lore of the afterlife doesn't go to any kind of hells. It goes into the majority of Nathriel would believe in rebirth, the recreation of the being in a different one somewhere else in the place. The other concept would be immediate deliverance to the deities to where they deem you to go. 7 layers of hell, while an existing thing in D&D, they don't know about them.
Well, then I would have just cursed right out, just
Yeah.
hell. It doesn't fit, but whatever.
So
The boys
Well-
come to visit.
Now that we have
Oh,
had
the boy.
all the introductions of all the new friends, Julian, what's the plan?
There is a tree of concern to these individuals that has been growing in the Vesuth Republic. I've told them many times that it is not the result of what caused them to exist, but their mind does not agree. That being said, Apovine and Slabarat here are cuts of the mind. They are not connected to the mind right now. If we help them in doing this, we might be able to have the mind present here, in which case information gathering will be much easier to do. Having an Aberrat at your back is always a good thing, in my experience.
Like a really good case of ringworm.
Fungal
Abelvine,
infection
for a
of the
change,
hand.
actually nods.
That is a strange thing to say, but I'm sure the strangeness will rub off into friendliness here shortly.
You know, a fungal infection of the hand.
Don't get your hopes
Oh, I'm well aware of it, I assure you, Slabberat, well aware. Julian, though, the particulars on this tree and what we're supposed to do with it.
Yes, well, the aberrations are paying or seeking to pay the guild for whatever this is. I fully believe. He takes a look at the two, considers something for a moment, then shakes his head. I fully believe that they intend on recruiting the tree, as they might put it, into their fold. What the details would be is you to guide them there and help them with it. What we have learned so far from Callus is that this tree is actually grown from a lab, an old gene lab, which means that the likelihood of danger being there is incredibly high. Hence, the need of you being here. However, the pay is quite considerable. 5,000 each, with 2 from myself on top of it. So 7,000 total.
That is considerable, I admit. Any other things of note that we should know on this little jaunt? Well, I have a
Thinking
question.
about it.
The
Yes.
Vesuth Republic, what do we know?
Oh, yes, well, may as well get into some of those. I was debating whether or not I should give you a brief on it. Well, the Vesuth Republic, still in the heart of its... Some still call it a civil war, others do not anymore. Many of us actually have fully acknowledged that the Savath Dominion is a thing. They are their own entity. Their war with each other has not gotten worse, but it's also not gotten any better. The front line stands at Zunio and goes directly across to Kroberg. It bulges from place to place, but anything north of Zonio and Kroberg is controlled by the Vesuth still. Anything south of it is controlled by the Savath. There are scouting parties that are sent within the jungles and mountains, but nothing that quite makes it near as Quadprolis, of which you will be heading a little east-south or southeast of the city to reach this tree.
Is that the little tree on the map?
It is, yeah. Little tree on the map, but big tree in real life.
Hey, a little tree on the map. Hold on.
Yeah, it's right by Quadprolis, up in
Where?
the Vesuth Republic.
Ah.
There you go.
Mm.
Yeah, you found it. Yeah.
Very
That one.
quickly. I don't know if you have the map in view. Has anybody else noticed the city right here? That's all consonants and apostrophes. Have you seen
Pretty
what he's
rude.
done?
Pretty rude.
Very rude. For the audience
That's
at
the
home
young
and those
man.
listening, It is capital L, lowercase m, apostrophe capital T, lowercase l, apostrophe capital F, lowercase r. No spaces, no two separate words. That is one long thing that he has built into this. And that's not the only one. Oh my God, now I'm noticing the Nork Empire. Every
Is it
single one of these cities.
A year, almost a whole year, and they are
Yes.
finally bringing that up. This is the
I
first
haven't
time.
looked
It's not
north.
every day we
I
see
haven't
this
looked
map.
north of the guild home this entire time. I've been
Yeah.
concerned about all of this other stuff.
Yeah, those are there for different reasons. If you'd like to
Now
find
we're
out
on
about
this
them,
little
you can
vacation
ask.
where you can check things out, see what we haven't been seeing. When
Exactly.
we haven't been
I know
destroying
what's
cities
going on
and
with
such.
Quest of Jizz. I wanna know what's going on
Thinking.
up there.
Yeah, this one's even worse, folks. This one, capital S, lowercase q, apostrophe, capital C, lowercase v, apostrophe, capital J, lowercase z, Z for those across the pond. What?
There is reason for all of that, but you've
Maybe it's
never
short
asked.
for Squared Civilization Jazz.
Julian, now that we have that information, is there a method of transport? Is that up to us?
Usually it would be up to you, however, I need to be heading to Zonio. There's a few information pieces that is related to this. Dignitaries from Andrea are there that are old friends of mine. I'd like to contact again.
Very good, very good.
Burnt a lot of my ties with what I did with Zelium, and I would like to rebuild those, if possible. Andrean government, while not being entirely the strongest right now, is still growing in power, and having them as an ally, I would like to see that as true.
So
I will be
How are we getting
teleporting
there?
there.
Ideal. Very good. Very efficient. Very good. When do we leave?
When you need. I was planning on leaving in the morning. So if you would like to join me through those means, you can leave with me in the morning.
Sounds ideal. Am I Ultian? Big Ten?
That gives us time to prepare.
Yes.
I'm ready.
All right. Well, I saw a lot of fresh shops coming up the hill. It seems like I should investigate that with all these newfound glitter you've given us. So we'll do that. Leave in the morning as you planned. Yeah.
I found glitter. What a way of putting it. Of course, Abovine, Slabarat, if you don't mind waiting for them outside, I would like you to travel with them for the day. Get to know the group that you will be traveling with. But for now, I need to discuss a few things with the hand. Privately.
Do you want us to deafen ourselves?
No, you don't have to deafen yourselves. You just need to remove your characters from the room.
They're just like, no.
No, standing there, staring at him. Like,
Wherever they are, they're not here.
do you mind vacating the room for a moment? As in, using your legs and leaving out there. To the other side of
like
that door.
a tree and leave?
Yes, like that.
Already in the wind.
I believe the punchline is leaf, not leave, but
Oh,
Abovine
gosh.
follows like a shadow.
The
A very
door,
big, obvious metal shadow.
the door shuts soon after they're leaving, and you hear Ultian, not Ultian, what's his facey? Julian give out a big sigh and aberrations. The original was a challenge himself, and now that he's making multiples, it's even more complicated. There's a few things I need to inform you all on. When you first came around here, you remember those things you encountered. Those red-winged creatures.
Yes, I tried to save them. Unfortunately, they would not be saved.
They don't speak the language we speak. That is what I've discovered so far. I've been hunting them and trailing them for a while now. You encounter them again. Yes. Well, some of them are easier than others. The Doomsday device that you dismantled and then salvaged the battery from. They were your first major encounter to the same kind of being. All of my research has shown the same results. We're not sure where they're coming from, and we're not sure where they are entirely, but we do know they are present. Our words from Iramathos is that they've been there for a while. They're just starting to show up around the world more so. In the 6 months, Quailins have also reported several different incidences where they're encountering similar people. Same for the Andraeans. To my best knowledge, they do not come from this world. I don't know how they're doing it, where they're coming from, but there are several different incidences, there we go, where the occasion has occurred itself. Beings who have been appearing here who are not from here. I don't have full information to where it is yet, but I feel all of you are tied into it in some way or another. Messengers of peace were formed immediately after the events of Lefrink, and what we have found shows that there was something there. Something caused the chaos out of nowhere, in the middle of end-of-cycle celebrations. I believe what we are dealing with was responsible for that, but I have no proof for it yet. Everything you've told me, Bigton, and everything I've found out about your creator and predecessor was preparing for something. I think he knew something was coming, but I don't know what yet. Nothing has come out of it yet. And all of this was not caused by myself and Dunx's dealings. We have taken advantage of what has been presented to us. The corruption within the government has been steadily rising for the past 6 years. Or 6 cycles, as Ira Dei call it. I feel comfortable saying years around you all now, that you know I'm actually grown up in Andrea. We're not there yet. But I think all of this is tied in some way. I will continue paying you for whatever information you have. I will continue encouraging you to look down the paths that you are, because I think we are on the verge of unearthing something that has been brewing in this country for a long time. Not this country, this continent.
He knows. We told him about Takiri, right?
Yes. Yeah, he knows about Takiri.
Okay.
Fair point, actually. Let me say something on that too. Actually, thank you for bringing that up. We haven't found Takiri yet, but it matches similar cases from what I've seen in different locations. Stories, mostly. My information network has been informing me of other individuals who have been exhibiting strange powers out of nowhere. Not in the way that the Surge Blessed would be exhibiting. In different ways, unsettling ways. I will continue my research on this. But just know that what you are wanting to do is helping me in what I'm doing. And hopefully we'll have more answers as time comes by, but for now I think a reprieve from this issue is needed for all of you.
We will still get you all the information that we can.
When we get to Zornio in the morning, head out immediately if you can. The city is at the front of the war. It is currently technically under siege. It won't be pleasant staying, and they won't have room for you to stay. My advice would be ready to leave the city as soon as we arrive.
Okay.
Will do, will do.
And I know the aberrations can be a handful, but please do try to play nicely with them.
Of course, when do I not, Juliet?
He takes another sip from his drink. We need relations with other countries if we are to survive what is to come. Even if we don't know what is to come.
Well said, well said. Always good to have friends, I always say.
Good to see your spirits undampened. Now, go spend that shiny glitter I just gave you.
Will do, boss.
Snozboop just begins dragging the 200-pound sack across the floor.
I put it in my
door.
handy haversack.
Which does take care of the weight issue.
Mine just magically disappeared.
Leaving the sack completely empty. Actually, it's not a sack with that much gold, it's a chest. Let's face it, it is a chest.
Snozboop in his little arms, which just spent some time on the floor, just like putting it into the haversack. Yeah, okay.
There we
Let's go.
Let's go.
Big Tin, you've been out and about in Palios recently. Do you know of the best spot? Or is it the same haunts as before?
The best spot for what? Oh,
The spending of the gold to be prepared for our next adventure together.
Same.
Same spots. Yeah, it'd be the same
We're
spots.
just making them better.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I gotta remember that guy's name.
Well, while you try to remember that, I'm going to steal it away from you and say the hand leaves the room, regathers with Aberveen and Slabberat, and heads out of the guild to go spend their hard-earned glitter. As we go to break. We're going to take our first...
Already?
Yeah, already.
Oh, wow.
We're there. We are at that
Crazy.
point.
It's not
That
bad.
was insane.
Uh-huh. What an
That
intro
might have been
back.
the quickest first half of a session I've at least
I looked up and
feeling wise.
it's at that 157. I was like, oh crap, wow, we need to take a
Yeah.
break. So what a good time to do that. So we will be right back, everyone. Enjoy that wonderful little in-between breaky booze. It will be getting revised at some point. But for now, it's got all the wonders in it. Go check it out. Thanks, everyone.
yeah.
We'll see you in 15.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going to that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
It might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim. Dog, save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs, I'm gonna stand up. Ah! Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
Me?
Oh. Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before we
Yeah.
even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burble as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body.
Rawr.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Hey everyone, welcome back. We're coming back from our wonderful little breaky here, with everyone just leaving the guild hall, and just on the outside of it, there's about this, probably about 12 or so year old halfling boy wearing this brimmed cap with a fold going over the cap portion of it, a small little leather vest and nice clean white shirt, tidy trousers, holding a couple of stacks of pieces of paper, looking up, bit of a wide-eyed grin look on his face.
Oh, BT, sir. We heard you were in town. I've been sent to gather information and tell you on how dealings have been going.
Excellent, excellent. We'll walk along with us.
Okay.
We'll get you caught up.
I'm ready for anything, sir.
And I'll start regaling my journeys through the desert, through the sandstorms, making my way, trying to find the oasis, things like that. Meeting refugees, sending them back to Peleus. Then I'll turn and say, Altian, what updates do you have for the world?
I don't know how much you guys know about what's happening. Our team is broken up into 4 factions. Doing the best we can to stabilize. But it's gonna be a long war. Someone will be open soon. That's about it.
Big news there, Zone.
Definitely, indeed.
Snozmoop, on the friendship side, what's new in the world? That we need to let people know about.
That let people know about.
All this is going to be publicated to the entirety of Peleus and beyond, as far as our reach reaches so far.
Very good. The Hand are about to travel on a international mission of great import, which hopefully we'll have news of its success in the coming weeks and months.
I'm just going to change weeks and months from the Andrean speak into the Endiodine speak. It's going to have better impact inside this, the audience here.
Very good.
So lines and lunars.
And we're traveling with 2, what did you call them? Snozmoops?
International delegates.
International delegates.
Now these 2.
Yeah.
Aberrats?
What's an
Well,
aberrat?
I wasn't sure if all the people wanted to know about the Aberrats.
Is that something I
Okay,
should
s-
mark out, sir?
Mark it out. Yep, just international delegates.
International delegates. Documented. As far as reports go, if that's all for the information that we should be writing about, sir.
Yep.
Good. Reports, the influence and the outreach, we are up on 36% for how many people are taking the papers here in Peleus, and for the cities outside who are asking for it, we have increased it by 2 cities. Lillianville now has its headquarters put into place. We have more people coming in with the information and stories being told. But in general, the core focus will and always be you and the hand.
Great, great, great. I'll stop by the corporate headquarters here in a little bit.
Very good. I'll make sure that they know. All right. Honor meeting the hand.
Gives an awkward bow. Then runs off.
Greetings and farewell. Big Ten. What's happening?
Well, previously you noticed I was trying to get word out about our exploits and increase our reputation, and I figured it was just better if I started our own agency.
That's very clever of you, Big Ten. Very good.
So now we have Tweeter, based here in Palace.
It's what's called what now?
Tweeter.
Tweeter.
Catch the latest tweet.
Very interesting choice. Well,
at least it isn't something dumb like just the letter of the alphabet or something.
Why?
that would be a lot harder to understand. Whereas with a tweeter, you could say, you know, the bird makes the sounds and everybody hears it. Whereas with a random alphabetic letter, that could have infinite amount of possible meanings.
Very true. Very true.
So well done, Big Ten. On to the shopping.
Oh, if I don't get a cease and desist from this, I'll be. Oh.
God, I hope we do. Because that would be hilarious.
Hilarious.
Then we can say that they still call it that, even though it's not that anymore.
On to the
It's
shopping.
a couple letters away from being a cheap and awful place to be.
Alright, before we push the boundaries a bit too much. Oh, I love it. That's great. That was awesome. Oh, where are you going first? Who you want to see first? Yeah, I mean, you've got
Alan. Going to Alan.
Ah, good old Alan. Good old place, familiar location. Closer to the top, probably I think it's the closest one to you even, actually. Alan's shop. Open. You enter in. The familiar fragrance of incense burning wafts over you as you enter. Alan himself, the tiger-like individual with reversed hands, is currently flipping through a book. These glasses over. He's got 6 fingers. Possibly didn't notice that at first. 5 primary and 2 thumbs. And backwards. Like, whereas you can tell...
Fine.
This is technically my left hand, but this would be their right hand. But as you enter... Oh, go for it. Go for it.
Abovine wants to take a big sniff upon entering the premise to see if he can identify what the smells are.
Lots of different smells of incense. I cannot go into specifics on that. Because I don't know what goes into incense.
Excellent.
A smelly smell that smells.
It's a smelly smell that smells smelly. Indeed. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know what goes into incense, so I can't go into the particular names of things. But if you know incense, you can fill in those gaps. But Schnozzboop, when you say Alan, he looks up from his book and...
Schnozzboop, it's been a while since I've seen you. Pleasure to have you back.
A pleasure as always, I'm sure. Well, we come to make acquirements. Please tell us of your finest wares.
have many fine wares. It will depend on what you are looking for. Many of my recent acquisitions have been spells and scrolls. Not something I think is in your forte.
Yes. Well, I'm looking for a couple of possible things. One, something that may make me a little bit more stealthy. We're going into hostile, potentially territory. I don't want to get into scrapes. So best if I can just walk on by without anyone noticing. Additionally, I'm an old man, but I can really only use this leather armor. I was looking for maybe a way to assist myself from people hitting me with their sharp or heavy objects.
There's potential in all of that. Now, player-wise, do you have any particular items you have in mind?
I do not know the items of the D&Ds very well. I saw this dragon mask. It seems legit.
Oh my gosh, okay. I feel like I know what you're talking about, and that mask might be
Makes so I can use my
genuinely just
charisma as
super legit.
AC if I don't wear armor.
Oh my gosh. Dragon mask.
Also, there's the cloak of Elvenkind. Also, for the first choice, also seemed like a pretty decent option.
Legendary. Okay, so the blue dragon mask I found is what gives you a legendary resistance per day? What dragon mask
Yeah.
are you looking at? Is it the blue
That's
one?
the one I'm looking at. It
The
does like
blue
6
one?
different things.
Oh goodness.
There's a black one, a blue one, a green one. It gives you some kind of absorption or something based upon the damage type.
Oh, wondrous item. Lightning. You can deal lightning damage. You can.
He does have a lot of gold.
He does have a lot of gold.
Do I have enough gold? That's the question.
That is the question, because that's a big item. Let's take a look-see. Shopping.
The green one is nice. The black one is nice.
That's my question.
They're wondrous, like prices.
The black one and the green one would be best because the other ones do damage. Black one and green just makes so I can breathe underwater.
Oh, wow. Okay. I found a great breakdown of the cost of these
Great.
things.
Excellent. Is it $5 million?
As far
Cool.
as replacing AC or, helping you avoid getting hit, there are some unique possibilities. One
Tell
of
me
them
more, Alan.
might not be in the way you would presume at first, and it would require that you hide that good-looking face of yours.
Okay. Tell me more.
He reaches down. Hear a little scuttling of items shuffling about, and then pulls out this almost ornate-looking blue dragon mask.
Whoa.
Once
What do you have here, Alan?
focused and used, there are several things you can do with this. I'm using the wrong mouse to move around. It will help you see in the dark and sense things around you for limited times when focused on. They can help you avoid things as well. It also gives you specific benefits that are harder to explain
easier to experience.
Okay. Very good.
However, it's quite expensive, at around 13,000 gold pieces.
Interesting. Very interesting, Alan. What do we know about the stealth type of items?
Oh, well, that is much more simple to achieve. I have a simple cloak that you could use that will help you move around quietly. There are also boots that you could acquire that will make it so that every step is quiet.
Oh, a lot of interesting possibilities. Player knowledge. Are all those attuning type of situations?
I believe the boots of Elvenkind are not attuning situations. Hence why I mentioned them. I think the cloak is, where the boots are not. Let's double check. Boots of Elvenkind. They are uncommon. They do not require attunement.
Nice. How much for the lot of them?
So for player knowledge as well, the cloak, it would give you advantage on stealth checks. It's the same thing that the boots would do.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's kind of either one. They won't stack. Those ones don't stack, sadly.
Oh, okay, I thought they did slightly different things. I guess I was
Cloak of... Oh, there's Cloak of Billowing, Cloak of...
So the cloak, what I have, it gives you advantage on stealth and disadvantage to those who are trying to see you.
Okay, so that would be a much more beneficial one. So so the boots, they only give you advantage on stealth. No disadvantage to anyone else. The cloak you're looking at, I don't know what cloak that is. It's probably a UA item.
Okay. Just call it the Cloak of Elvenkind. I thought. Maybe not.
Cloak of Elvenkind? It might be.
Shopping.
Shopping. Gotta be shopping. Oh, it's an Out of the Abyss. Hence why I wouldn't be familiar with it, because I don't think I own that one.
Does that mean it's available?
Okay, yes, it is available. Cloak of Elvenkind, it is just called that. And it does give them disadvantage. That one does require attunement.
Okay. So, for the mask and the cloak then, what are we looking at price-wise, good Alan?
For the two of them, roughly 14,000.
Now, Alan.
That is
We've
with a
been
friend discount
long
before
time
you
friends.
start mentioning that.
Long-time friend, Alan. Come now.
And if I gave long-time friend discounts to Julian like this, he would be getting things for free.
I'm sure he maybe gets things for free often from all kinds of individuals.
Not me.
Alan, why don't we bring down to 12? 12 seems like a much more reasonable number. Think of all we've done for the city of Pallius, all the more possible clients you have because the hand assisted you in this endeavor.
Before I make him roll, does anyone want to help? No?
Bovine just sniffs deeply.
I'm just
Not
like,
this time.
or
would I
is this
even do
supposed to
to
be
help?
persuasion? He's about
This is
to
going to
try
be
and do.
persuasion. Yeah. So you gotta, for audience reasons, whenever I ask something like that, it's giving the rest of the players a chance to say something RP-wise that will give Schnozzboop advantage on the persuasion roll.
Alright, Slabberat will take it. He'll catch eyes with Schnozzboop and give him a nice, reassuring stare and a nod and a
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Yeah, take the advantage.
Okay. I wouldn't have. Okay, what's gonna be 26?
There we go. With a smile and a bit of a chuckle to himself, Alan closes his eyes and shakes his head a little bit. Schnozboop, you have not changed a bit.
Would you want me to, Alan?
I certainly wouldn't. I can do 12.
12 it is. And Snozboop just like starts taking gold out of his bag and shoving it onto the table type thing.
Counter. There we go. Yeah.
Counter. That's the word.
That's
yes.
the word. He starts packing it away and hands you the cloak that was hanging just behind him and the blue dragon mask.
Just gotta get rid of all these tasty glitteries. All
You've
done.
spent all your glitteries in one place. My.
All right, then I'm gonna ask.
I tend to be a little bit too close to my own devices.
I've heard.
I need a little bit of resistance.
He closes his fists or his hands into more of knuckles and rests them against each other and leans forward. Resistance to what?
We've determined that force is the is the common element in all of my explosives. I'm gonna say that. All the other ones are variables, but at the very least, if I can get resistance or God's willing, even immunity to force damage, that would be great.
Immunity might be a bit out of your
Much
price
rarer.
range
Yes.
still. Like, much rarer. But, what kind of armor are you wearing?
I am wearing studded armor. Technically.
Studded leather.
Technically. If I remember correctly. 1 second. The inventory, that's going to be... Where are you? Studded leather armor.
Studded leather armor. This is standard 45. Gold. Let's take a look at my resources here. I need to look at my items. Where is equipment? Here we go. Here's equipment. Studded leather. Oh my goodness.
Armor resistance. That's breastplate though. Ugh. Hate that.
I need magical items, not just equipment. Come on, D&D Beyond. Give me something. Thank you. Why do they separate magical items and equipment? It makes no sense. Because look, now I can find my studded leather. Okay, fine.
Yeah, it
That's
technically
something.
has to be light armor for me to be able to use it.
Use it,
Anything
yeah.
heavy, and I cannot use it. I mean, I can now that I have the strength thing, but that will really hinder my movement. I have the belt of giant strength still.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I have a few sets of leather that's like yours. They don't require any kinds of focus. You just need to put them on. They're roughly 2,000 each. Depending on what kind of resistance you're looking for, I can supply. There is resisting forces of pressure, fire, cold.
slashing from blades, even piercing and bludgeoning?
I think force would probably be the thing. What would you say, Snozboop? Do explosions cause force damage?
That seems like a very wise choice, my friend.
That is definitely something I can supply for you.
All right, well then let's do that. You said 2,000 gold?
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to haggle. Don't have the time.
Snozboop has the time. He will assist you.
All right, if you want to haggle on my behalf, go for it.
Now, Alan.
Oh, here we go again.
Old Tien, all he wants is to protect the people of this land.
And he's doing a very fine job of it under the equipment and payments of a foreign government.
Don't you want to assist him in this endeavor? 1,800 seems more than fair. A high price point, I'm sure, for how it cost you.
I tell you what. Are you doing something revolving around what is going on in the Grantinian Senate right now?
Hold on 1 second.
I mean, currently, no, but yes.
Fine. 1,800. I can settle with that.
Too easy.
Too easy, he says. Hold on. And I'm going to remove that quickly from my inventory. What?
So there's not actually any magical items for it. So what you're going to do is just go to your character sheet and give yourself resistance to force damage, and then make a note on your studded leather armor that it is resistant to force damage.
Hey, half damage. Let's go.
Let's
half
go.
Damage, and then if I make my dexterity save, that's enough.
Which is great.
Okay, perfect. Gotcha. As far as anything else, you said he mostly had like scrolls and stuff currently. What he said.
Yeah, he's got a lot of scrolls, but we're also kind of just coming back to things, and quite obviously, you tell me what you want, I'll see if it's within reasonability, and present it as a possibility.
Okay. Okay, let me think.
Because
Does
otherwise,
somebody else want to ask him a couple questions as I look through some options in D&D Beyond?
Big Tin, I know you seem to have... It is unnecessary for you, but is there anything that you would be interested in this shop?
No, when I step in the shop, I kind of get the feeling it's reversed.
Reversed.
He's interested in me.
Ah. Very good, very good.
His whiskers all love Twitch.
Slabberat? A bovine?
You two smell different. But the same.
There are many smells here.
An astute observation, a bovine.
Oh, come on, guys, fill up more time while I look through weapons.
Slabberat? Anything from you? Good fungus man.
I think the fungus is focusing very successfully. Oh.
Yes. Much success for the Slabberat.
He's doing a wonderful job focusing.
Yes. Yes.
On the smells, probably.
Of course.
Slabberat, do you have anything to say? Would you like to purchase anything from this establishment?
I've come more than prepared.
There's got to be. Come on, there's scrolls of magic in here.
No need. No need.
Very
No,
good.
that is- by the way, I meant to keep that all in my voice as I was panicking through.
Well then.
Okay. I see that there is an option for a weapon for a boomerang. Now, let me go back to it very quickly and let me read through what it actually entails. What a boomerang actually entails as far as weapons go. Nope. You know what? This is what I'm looking for. Okay. I currently only have one attack action. I would very much like to have two. So if there are many items, or perhaps even an action surge, if you will, if there was a tunable item in which I could gain an action surge, as if I were a fighter, that would very much be helpful in combat.
Going over that with Alan. There are a few things I might have, but you deal with a good amount of arc tech as well. That is not my forte. It would be good for me to mention. Pickle might have a few things for you that are along those lines. Otherwise, what I have is worth about 20,000 or so. They're boots. They give you haste. They make you quicker.
I will talk to a couple of them. Anybody else?
A resounding no from the sounds of it.
Done here.
The deafening silence.
Alan, a delight as always. I'm sure we'll be back for more of your wonderful wares.
Always swell being swindled by you, Schnozboob.
Swindled? That doesn't sound like me at all.
No, because you believe in friendship.
Well said, Alan. Well said. Snozboob's gonna turn around and leave at this juncture. Gonna look for a supply shop that sells paints of the permanent variety.
Paints of the permanent variety. I am sent back to needing to look for my NPC list because I know exactly who you'd be going to, but I can't remember his name. Oh boy. Before that though, because that would be the general store, but the general store is after Pickles. So we can visit Pickles first.
To there.
Yes.
So, Pickles.
Pickles.
Sally forth.
Sally forth. Pickles. Good old Piggle. Similar situation as always. Machinery all over the place, gears, little pieces of metal scattered from place to place. And, as always, in the center is a very large looking piece of metal with pieces and other bits flying out, being chucked and tossed. The bell rings, but Altion, you're used to this now. He never hears the bell, even though there's a bell on the front door. Always too focused on his work. But you hear Pickle very clearly inside this metallic device in the middle.
Here, I don't need that there. Why was that there?
Piece of metal flies out.
I'm just gonna idly walk around the shop and try to decipher what exactly he's working on.
It looks to be
with a passive investigation of 26.
It's incredibly high. It looks to be a cockpit of some kind. A place where someone would go into to control a device that would go around it. You're not sure what this thing would be put into, but being familiar with the fact that he's working on the Interceptor 2.0, it might have something related to that.
I am going to interrupt his work by saying,
how's everything going?
Ow! Jolton, hang on.
Abovine and Slabarat, the two of you, this would be a new sight. You see a very bright purple with green polka dotted skin frog-like creature jump out and land. He's small in size, roughly about maybe a foot and a half or so tall in total. He's got this oversized wrench in one hand. He's rubbing the top of his head, where there's a welt beginning to grow.
Good. Started taking
You
a...
should be more aware of your surroundings.
Why?
Because you're currently working on a very complicated machine. My machine.
Oh, you just want me to put more care into it. Alright, yeah. Putting all the care...
Well, I would prefer that nobody sneak into your workshop and rifle through whatever plans you've got lying around while you are busy halfway into the machine.
Alton, if you can point out a single blueprint within sight, I will applaud you.
Take a little look around. There's no blueprints in sight.
Doesn't mean I couldn't find one.
You're welcome to try. But I don't think that's what you're here for right now, right?
No.
Oh,
I was
good.
told to come to you about a device that I could use to make myself faster.
They're so faster. I got a few prototypes that might do something like that. I mean, they're really big prototypes. Not something I thought would be like field worthy. I've got other things that could help with, like, I mean, you do field work all the time. Shoulder-mounted weaponry, things that go inside your chest that could be used in addition. Passive effects like an electric field that wraps around you and damages anything around you. I got stuff like that.
Nothing that can make me much faster.
You yourself? No. I have other things that could help you do more damage, though. Not at the cost of what you already do. It would be in addition to.
Show me.
Alright. Oh. Hey, Snazbert. Hey, BT. Haven't seen you all in a while. How you doing?
Hey, good.
Dandy's
This is a lie. It's good to be back in Pallius, I'll say that.
It's a growing city. Difficult to keep up with things. This guy. It's an auto launcher. You just shoulder mount it, activate it, and it shoots what you deem fit. It has a small psychic link. You gotta focus on it, though.
Attunement.
Active for a few
That
minutes.
seems a little cumbersome in the middle of combat, considering what my style is.
Looks at it. Looks at you. Looks at it.
It's my
If there was
size.
a giant robot, you know that. Oh, how big is it? Hold on.
How big is this thing?
It's about his
Is it a
size.
rocket launcher?
It's a little smaller than him. it's heavy for him because he's 1 foot tall.
I
But
thought it was much closer to a halfling size.
No.
That is my mistake
No,
for
he's
misunderstanding how
like
small this character
a
is.
legit frog, almost, but much bigger than a frog, at around around that foot size. But
that's a very big frog.
Very big frog.
I mean, it's a little heavy, yeah. It's kind of, still in its prototype stages, but it should mount fairly soundly without being encumbersome, and it's completely self-activated.
What else?
This
holds up an intricate harness.
it sets off a really, really uncomfortable field that causes a disorientation for anything within 5 feet of it.
In other words, anything attacking you within 5 feet of you will have disadvantage on their attacks. Anyone within 5 feet of you will have disadvantage of their attacks.
Anyone?
Is
that what you're telling
Including
me?
your friends.
Oh no, I can't.
Anyone. Yeah.
Ooh,
Good thing
that's
a lot of your friends
slightly
believe in friendship.
disadvantaged.
That would work if I was still alone, but it's an option. What else?
Yeah, it's a little harder when you're with people, that's for sure. This one, can't lift it, it's too big. I know it's a little encumbersome, but it's less so something that you carry with you, more so something you activate, and then it does what you want it to do. Like this.
He pushes the button. It doesn't go well when he pushes the button at first.
Okay.
I would like all of you to roll a d20.
Oh no. And of course my die gets stuck.
Got an 18.
18, ooh.
A bovine got 12.
12.
And an 11.
11. Keeps getting lower.
This is a raw d20, right?
Yeah.
8.
8. Schnoz?
Natty 20.
Ah, magnificent. The shell of this small little device opens up at the top with a small thin tube that pops up and then immediately looks at Big Tin and shoots Big Tin. Big Tin, I'm gonna give you 9 points of.
Catch it?
No, this is this is
bullet?
kind of like it's an arcane bullet. So, you know what? Sure. You're built different. Let's give it. Let's do it.
Different.
Built different.
Catch
Built
it.
different. Had to be. If it was
Jump.
anyone else, I'd say definitely not. But jump, move out the way.
No, catch it. In my mouth.
Oh,
It is built different.
there is. I'm not even gonna have you roll for it. I just like the narrative of this idea. The jaws open up, and very quickly this bright, almost tube-like energy source freezes in between the jaws of BT, and you can see there's a distortion between the image of what you're looking at, as though something is holding that energy source where it is before it loses its energy and dissipates.
Alright, well, I've never seen that before. That's different. Obviously there's a little kink in it. It always shoots whenever I turn it on. But when it's focused, it's not focused right now. Don't turn it on when it's not focused. That's the lesson learned here. When it's focused, it will only target the people you want it to target, and it has a range of about 120 feet. And it acts separately from yourself. Otherwise, I do have a harness that is entirely... I have never tested it before. I've just finished the theory of it. But it will make you faster for a certain amount of time. But I think it's going to have a cost to it. I don't fully know.
For the two new members of the group, at least, this is just a bit of flavor. For the first time, you see just the like, it's a very slight thing, but the corners of my mouth, where my mouth would be, ever so slightly turn up, and I say,
well, there's no better time to test it than now. We can do that while the rest of the party continue shopping. I have a few things that I can have Snozboop get me.
Oh, what you need, good buddy?
Chemicals for explosives. I have a list.
Very good. I'm sure those are only for peaceful means, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna test this thing out for the next... I'm gonna see what the cost of this thing is before we go on this mission.
Well, the manufacturing so far has cost me about 8,000. I think it needs about another 1,000 worth of work. But I need field testing before that, so... I mean, I can give it to you for 5. If you want to cover any of the improvement costs. You want to take it for a test drive for the rest of the day?
Sure. Why don't we do that? Then I'll make it 1,000. That way, if need be, you can fix it.
Okay. It'll take a moment to install. By the way, this is going to be a little painful.
I'm gonna slap down that 1,000 gold, and I'm gonna also lay down the new armor set that I have not put on yet. It's because he's got to install it into that thing.
Right. I'm not installing it in the armor. I'm installing it in you.
This is like a Sandevastan experience.
Now BT's interested, huh?
There may be a slight complication to that we get into with the rest of the party.
It'll take a bit to install, so if you don't want anyone else to be present, we could do that.
Yeah, let's.
I'm gonna hand Snozboop the list of items, and I'm gonna say I will pay him back. I'm only looking to spend max like $2,000, like max, and that I will. Well, he doesn't have any money because he just spent all that money. Okay,
I got it. You pay me back.
Are you sure? All right. You just spent like...
He's gonna haggle it down so he has
$12,000.
the money out of the money you gave him to spend on himself.
Don't worry, I've got this.
He's got it. He's got it.
All right. Anyway,
yeah. Well, Altian's getting installed, which we'll come back around to that in a moment. Let's take everyone else to the general store. I still haven't found. Actually, maybe if I just look up NPC.
it the guy who's scared all the time?
That's what I remember. He's always scared.
I think
We scared him
it's
so much.
it's almost whisper, but it's something. It's not quite whisper.
Let's see. Pillows.
I need. Oh, it's because I'm in the wrong one. Ugh. I'm in the wrong drive.
Gale.
Gale, that's it. Yeah, Gale. Good old Gale. When you get to the general store, it's more stocked than usual. There's actually people browsing and shopping around inside the store, and a few associates aiding and helping the people.
I assume those associates are familiar to us.
Vaguely, there's a few new ones. As well, new people who have already found work inside the place. Being recognized, though, Gale will be summoned quickly for you all to engage and talk with him.
Very good. Gale, I see business is booming.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here all the time now.
Are those, is that help that we sent your way working out?
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're doing most of the work for me.
Well, very good. Looking to make some purchases. I got a couple of items. First, I would like some paint that is very durable. Your most durable paint. It doesn't need to be that much paint, but very durable is key. Secondly, sort of, this list of chemicals, please.
This list of chemicals is used for explosions.
For only peaceful means, I've been assured.
All right. Well, I can very conveniently get the list of explosions up to 2,000 gold's worth.
Ah, very good. Why don't we call it 2,200 gold's worth for 2,000? What do you think about that, Gale? Since we sent you that help. After all, you're just making money for free at this point.
I don't know. If I start giving you big discounts like that, then I would have to start doing the same thing for everyone else.
That's not true. That's not true, see? We're the hand. We assist Pallius. Everyone else doesn't assist Pallius in that way.
Everyone else in the Three Watchers does.
Well, you could give them discounts then.
I can do that?
You can just give discounts however you'd want.
Oh.
You own the place.
Okay, persuasion check. Anyone want to try to give him advantage with anything?
I will up my game and say, Schnoz Boop, you've got this.
I'm not going to be as kind. That's not advantage. So that's just an additional comment. Straight rolls, Schnoz.
Okay.
There are not as many smells here.
Not a great roll. That's a 15.
The 15.
You have sent him a lot of help.
I can do the paints and the supplies for 2,000.
Sounds like a great deal. Thanks, Gale. I'll just wait right here.
I don't have very many colors available for the paints, or many supplies for it. The construction work going on here is taking a lot of that.
No problem at all. I don't need that much paint. 3 different colors would be ideal, but not 100% required.
Okay, I can get you pink, turquoise, and marouge.
Sounds perfect. Thanks, Gale.
Great.
Also, if you wouldn't mind throwing in a small brush, I'd really appreciate it. Pencil
Okay.
size, if you would.
I can do that, yeah. He floats off. and eventually get you all the supplies that you need.
Great.
Organizes where the supplies you can't carry will be delivered. Well, they'll be.
Excellent. Fellas, anything you guys need?
Do you ever feel bad for taking advantage of the local shops?
Are you talking to Gale or talking to me?
I am talking to you, Snozboop.
No, we're just talking and making friends, and they decide to give me a better price so I can better make friends elsewhere.
I am curious. Your definition of friendship.
Definition of friendship is, I admit, quite broad when put against the typical. But I would help my friend Gale, as I have, sending him assistance for his shop. He helps me, supplying me with what I need to carry out this mission. I'm friends with Ultian. We have a bit of a history of helping each other back and forth through various trials.
So your friends, they help you.
There's a lot of helping, but also, well, I guess that's just more helping, I suppose. Sometimes you just gotta say some nice things to your friend, just because they're having a bad day. And, you just tell them, hey, you got a good face, And that lifts them up a bit, so they have a better day. Things of that nature.
Are we friends, Snozboop?
I certainly would like to be.
Oh, interesting. And Slabberat will nod in thought.
Oh, very good. Well, let's go find our other friend Ulti and see what he's up to.
Before we hop over to Ultian, the supplies Ultian got, you all know, would come from Cinder typically, but Cinder is not in town currently. He is away in Grodpolis, off doing business of his own. Strangely enough, with Doctor. For Ultian...
In case it matters, that paid for all that stuff with 200 platinum.
Nice. Excellent. Wonderful. They enjoy it. They love seeing platinum.
Shiny.
Shiny, very shiny. Ultian, what you're presented with is something that you inspired Piggle to create. He took your adrenaline boost serums and took it to a different level, and presents you with this...
He's Bane now.
Yeah, centipede-like device. You have no idea how cute on you are with that. That has these little pokey bits. As he describes it, you understand it is to be installed along your spinal column in the back, and those pokey bits will drill just ever so slightly into your column to stay attached. And when given the command, it will give you an adrenaline boost. So, Accent Surge.
All right, well, I'm gonna start getting undressed for this particular procedure. And I don't know if you want to deafen and mute the rest of the... I don't know how you want to go about a particular thing that you and I both know about that Pipples would see upon taking my shirt off, but we can either brush past that or just continue. It's up to you. I don't know how you want to do that particular thing.
We're gonna loosely brush past it. I'm gonna describe things in a way that won't answer anything, but will leave enough information for everyone at home who's watching to understand what's going on, but we'll also not tell the players exactly what's going on with that, but as well as give them a little something to work with, maybe. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
There will be a moment of question from Piggle as he inquires to why your chest looks the way it does. How much do you tell him?
This is my first augmentation.
This will directly influence your adrenaline output. Whatever's been changed in you already, will it be affected by this?
I'm going to reach into my utility belt and pull out a little device thing, and I'm going to say,
what you learn here doesn't leave the room. Yes.
Altian, there's a lot of things you tell me that for, and none of it's left the room. I never tell anyone anything about what we talk about.
well, I'm gonna show him the thing that you know about that that would connect into me. And I'm just gonna show it to him and maintain eye contact with him the entire time. My head slightly cocked. And I'm gonna say,
I don't think it will affect anything. What do you think?
If the guy before me did his job right, you're right. If not...
He was a pretty good doctor.
I've heard of him, believe it or not, actually. He has a reputation, that's for sure. I mean, the only way we're gonna find out, really, is by doing. Right? We'll know pretty quickly if it does. Because you're gonna get a initial shot of this when the installation goes in, so it'll be triggering. And, yeah, we'll know.
My apologies ahead of time.
It's been a good life. Okay. Whew. This is gonna sting.
He presses it against your back and you feel needles pushing in and then pushing in. Make a Constitution saving throw.
ouch! Okay, let's do it.
And
I'm doing my Gabagoo dice, my Italian flag dice. Let's go.
Excellent. Who would like to give me percentile dice? Ah, excellent.
Why does that keep happening? Ah.
And the question is... There's the 10. Okay, here we go. That is a cool 26.
It said con?
I did say con, yeah.
17.
17, alright. The pain is a bit much. I'm going to roll some damage for you. But you don't lose consciousness. Charming.
Sorry about that. That one just had to come out. Sorry.
10 points of straight damage. Just pure damage. Not going to put any identifiers on it for resistance things. It's just going to be damage to you. As it enters into your skin and affixes itself to your spine.
Ouch.
You can feel where it is. It's going to take a little getting used to on it. But almost immediately after, you can also feel your heart start going from you're generally physically active, so you're probably at like a standing pressure of 66 maybe heartbeats per minute. You're skyrocketing up to 150 beats per minute. You feel like you need to run, you need to do something. You are filled with energy. And just as quickly it dissipates. and you feel exhaustion. You're also going to take another level of a level of exhaustion.
Yep, thought so.
Yeah.
Thought so. All right, let's go. Where are you? Exhaustion. Oh yeah, is that in the? Yes, it's up here.
Yeah, it's up in the top right. You got to click in some area of it in D&D Beyond. I can't fully remember.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah.
Are you? There we go. One level.
Nice.
Bam.
For mechanic reasons on this, it is a prototype. You are going to have one use of it so far. As your body kind of gets used to it, there might be more uses that come from it. After every use, though, you will take a level of exhaustion. It will leave your body a bit more ragged. That might change as you start pouring money to Piggle to do further work and investment in it. He might be able to get rid of that exhaustion factor to it. However, this is like an alpha prototype. It's very early stages. He wasn't ready to give this to someone.
Last resort, guys.
Yeah.
Last resort. Let's go.
But
when
you do
I really need to do 2 actions in a turn.
Yeah. You do have the exhaustion as well. I'll clarify this now. Will happen at the end of your next turn. It takes a little time to come into effect. So you'll have the turn you use it, and then the following turn without your level of exhaustion.
Out it, and then immediately.
And then immediately, yep. At least 6 seconds. So a round of combat.
Okay.
I say that item's pretty cool.
Very quick clarification on the area effect item that gives everyone disadvantage.
Yeah.
Is that constantly on?
No. It's on. No. It's turned on by an action.
So I have to spend an action.
You have to spend an action to turn it on.
That is a maybe thing that I might do at a later point, because that is super effective. The only drawback is takes an action to turn on, and it affects everybody. So
yeah.
Very much think about that before I go spending money.
Good items. I don't mind giving you all extremely powerful and strong items. I just will also always give a caveat.
Yeah.
Drawback of some kind.
Okay, well, spend the rest of the time situating my new armor, affixing my symbol to the chest of this new armor, and waiting for everybody else, helping them with the cockpit thingy.
Okay. I think we could safely say everyone gathers up again after a bit. You can spend the day how you'd like, or we can skip over and head to the next morning.
I just want to do one thing.
Yeah.
I want to take some practice strokes. But then I want to paint on my new mask and make it look more friendly.
All right. Oh boy. So we're gonna do. It's basically like an arts and crafts roll. You're gonna roll dexterity and add your proficiency.
Okay. Would this be calligraphy, perhaps?
It would be calligraphy related, yeah.
Okay.
Could be easily. I could see it.
Which is why I'm getting proficiency.
Yeah. Okay. You know these tools. You know how to use them.
Yeah. Okay. And question.
Answer.
I'm not sure how we worded it, but for just a pretty face, could I use it on this right here?
I would say not. So.
Not. Okay.
Mainly because this isn't a check that's dealing with someone else. Not just a pretty face. Is more a feat that deals with other people.
True. Okay, fair enough. Okay, here we go. Yeah. That's a 10.
That's a 10. It could use some improvement, but it does look friendlier.
Okay.
There's less snarling about it, but you're lacking the. I mean, there's a lot of teeth. You try to disguise the fact that there's teeth, but there's something about that look that's still just. It doesn't look too pleasant right now because you tried to paint like maybe lips over the teeth, but hasn't quite communicated through.
Okay, well, we'll try that again some other time. And then I'm going to get Ultian his chemical supplies.
Okay.
And I am going to spend the rest of the evening, if we decide to skip, making explosives, making smoke pellets, and also there's one other thing that I was going to do.
Okay. You gonna give Snozboop the paybacks for buying those things for you?
Yes, that is definitely what I'm going to do. I will very quickly dispense of. How much did that cost you?
2K.
I look at you very, very deeply, and I am going to find out whether or not you're lying to me. I'm going to ask you how much it costs.
2,000 gold in total, good boy.
Okay, is there any deception in that?
Your passive insight's high enough to know that there's not.
Okay. Because I did not hear the price after the end of that interaction. So
Technically, I did get my paints as a part of the 2K. So depending on how much that was the 2K, then.
Is there any deception in that statement then?
I don't know. I don't know how much paint costs.
I feel like
technically no.
Technically no, because the paints were the way.
No.
I mean, especially with the way Gale phrased it, it was the paints were added in to keep the cost at 2K for the other supplies, because the paints would have cost maybe 2 gold.
Okay, well, whatever.
They weren't very expensive.
2 grand in gold.
Sweet.
Do you wear this mask all the time, by the way?
Constantly.
No, not you. Snozboop, the one that you just got that you painted.
I haven't worn it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, not yet, because I'm painting it, but also it's not. I can't seem to find it in D&D Beyond either. So.
Oh yeah, it's because it's a book I don't own.
What's that mean?
It means D&D Beyond won't give us the use of the item unless I own the book on D&D Beyond. So, actually, if you can, Peter, you know how to homebrew items now and how to homebrew things. Homebrew the item. Just homebrew it yourself and add it in, because that's a way around the system. D&D Beyond don't pay attention to what I'm saying right now. We could just take the stats, homebrew it as an item, and then throw it in.
Cool. Okay.
So that'll probably be something we have to add in the future, but keep in mind what it does for you.
Will do.
Cool. For Ultiate, I'm going to leave you with, I'd be great. You've got half a day of use maybe left.
And
great those things.
Very quickly, before you continue, I am going to make some regular dynamite. I still have grenades left, so I don't need any grenades. But I am going to make quarter. So this is what I'm thinking, right? Okay, so what's the? Hold on, sorry, dynamite stick. Okay, I am going to create. So a dynamite does 3d6 damage, right? I am going to third that and make little dynamite packets that go on my crossbow bolts and 2 of my daggers. They will only do 1d6 force damage and fire damage halved, but that will be, if you will allow it, that will be added to the piercing and slashing damage that the crossbow bolts and.
Okay.
Do you like that idea? You can
absolutely. Should you do that, you can absolutely do that. Just know that the daggers and the bolts that you attach those to will not be recoverable. They will be destroyed.
Will not be yes, exactly. That's why I'm only doing 2 daggers and 3 bolts. Like
Excellent.
That. Those are just for ranged attacks need be. So I will mark those off in my inventory, and then you can let me know how much else I can build.
For the night, we'll probably say that much for the night. That's kind of specialized. Takes a bit more finite work. You do have a workshop at your disposal to be able to use that, make those. So I'm not going to require any kind of rolls or anything, because there's people around as well. I mean, you're in home base right now, so there's no difficulties, no real difficulties getting these things created. It's just time consuming, and you only really have enough time to potentially create let's go with 3 sticks of dynamite and the bolts and the daggers.
Okay, got you.
But the 2K will hold you on home supplies for a while. You can take supplies maybe to make 5 standard sticks of dynamite for the road easily, but you'll still have plenty left at home in Pallius to make more whenever you're here.
I think just for weight purposes and all that, I'm going to leave it behind. I think
okay.
I have 3 grenades, I have 3 sticks of dynamite, I have 5 explosive long-range things, and then 3 bouncing betties. I think
You're fine. You're covered.
Well, yeah, exactly. So.
Any kind of fire damage against you, I'm going to have you roll a percentile dice to see if you explode. Yeah.
I do need to stop by Twitter.
Tweeter. Perfect.
Tweeter.
Okay.
Tweeter. Tweeter. TWEETER.
Very legally distinct. Okay, yeah. Stopping by Twitter, as soon as you enter in, you hear a little chirp of a bird, along with a person who's currently writing something down behind a desk, look up and say, "Hello, would you like the daily tweet?" Oh, sir, hello.
Hey, need to see the boss.
You are the boss.
The boss.
Oh,
here.
right. Yeah, I'll go get him. This human, younger-looking human, runs around and parts through doors. Eventually comes back with a middle-aged looking elf who sees you with a bright face and like, "Ah, yes, hello. To what we owe the pleasures. I know you come from here normally, but it's not every day we see you around."
I need to see how the expansion's going.
Oh, excellent, very good. Many people are greatly appreciating the information bases that we are providing them here. We've been trying to reach a hold of the higher establishments. We know that the Balashtar Kingdom has infrastructure in place to be able to support and create buildings in other cities. They've done so with healthcare systems here. Might be able to acquire some additional fundings to do that. But it is trying times, of course. Many of the neighbors here are at war with each other, and the nation is at war itself with the Noork Empire in the north. But we are expanding slowly but surely. Lillianville is beginning to start getting under construction. We'll have that up and running, hopefully by the end of next Luna.
How much do you need for expansion?
Be right back.
Right.
How much would you think cost-wise it would cost you to get really good going, all those other places?
Oh, everything we need for the size of Lillianville, we could easily use another 3,000 or so in gold for supplies, just so we can reach the entire city, you see. It would be good if we can have multiple locations inside it. It's very large in size. Separating them into 2 different spots for the creation and the writing would help. greatly. Mind you, we'd be doing the same kind of stories and informing the same information basis of what Big Tin and the Hand has been up to, and whatever kind of side pieces we might be able to acquire to attract more people. But the focus is always on Big Tin and the Hand. About 3-4 there. Nadan needs maybe another 700 gold. Qualtra is very few people can even enter in there still. Still the issues on that front. But heading on into the east, primarily what I need is maybe about 500 gold to be able to hire a... what are they called? A scouter to scout locations inside the cities.
I see. Okay. Where's your office?
Oh, it's just back here. He'll guide you to his office. Fairly small, but big enough for you.
If we ever need to get to a spot where I can't fit through, I'll just
bamf through. There's probably one spot that they haven't fixed just yet. This building itself still being modified to be able to fit you in places, but there is one spot where you have to bamf to the other side. But once you get to his quarters, it has been freshly changed from a single door to a double doors that can fit you. Enter in and he closes the doors. It's filled with papers, as it always is, with this whole storyboard. He's very intricate with his work. This wonderful human elven man who, let's give him a name. Actually, I have an NPC list now. Here we go. Oh no, that's not a good guy. Ereval. There we go. His name's Ereval.
Okay.
Yeah, he keeps very good track on everything.
That's good, that's good. We gotta keep information flowing around. I want this to become the information network for Ira Dei.
Ah, excellent. We have had a few sponsors, ships from Julian, regarding some of our publications. He would just randomly show up and say, just attach my name to one of the stories. Yeah, you know how he is. But it's been good income.
Right now, I'm more worried about expansion than income.
Yes, as we figured, we've just been cutting even, so to say.
Materialize 7,000 gold on his desk.
Oh, sir, that's more than enough.
Well, let's keep going. Big, big, big.
Very good. I will even see to acquiring more assistance here. This will keep us going for, at the very least, the next cycle. Thank you. Well, the rest of this cycle. That's what I mean by that.
Okay. Cool. Good. Keep
Very
up
good.
the good work.
We will. Thank you. And if I just may say, as you're departing, we all here at Twitter thank you for the opportunity of working in this fine establishment. Other places have been controlling to what we say. You just want us to say it as long as we tell the stories of Big Tin and the Hand.
Yeah, that's a good priority, but I want information always to be flowing throughout the country.
Good, good. We will do so.
Then I'll head back up to the guild hall.
Excellent. Okay. Few of the other guild members come in. You check in probably on the orphans as well. Taste My Buns has been using them quite a bit. They know how to bake churros very, very successfully now. They're very good at it. Bakers.
Tangerine, did you deliver the comic books I requested? I better see a reply in 0.2 seconds in the chat.
Oh no, shouting. Remember, there's a 5-second delay, so 0.2 seconds.
No, 0.2 seconds. No.
No.
I stand by my.
If you want us 0.2 seconds.
Either way, I'm assuming. Yes. Yes, she did.
Deliver the comic books. Ah, yes. Remembering now. The comic books were delivered. They do have them. To the babies. They do have them, the babies. They have them. They are very happy with the comic books. They have read them. Probably actually treating all of you more friendlily than most. Kind of like a niece or a nephew would treat their favorite uncle. Kind of situation there. But the next morning, when gathered, there stands Julian, waiting. When you all arrive, after, let's say, breakfast time, because breakfast in the Three Watches is excellent ever since you got that new cook for them. Absolutely scrumptious.
First act of official friendship.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that our stomachs are filled and we've had the frivolity of good company for the morning, are you all ready?
All set, old Julian, old boy.
Let's go make history.
I like that. Let's go make history. What a good say. He clicks his finger, and around his right arm is this thinly wired, intricate device that wraps around his hand. In the center and the back end of it is looks to be a decently sized diamond. And when he clicks his fingers, it arcs with a glowing essence, and the diamond in the back shines brightly. And as you see the brightness come from this gemstone in the back end of it, flashes around you all, and your eyes get over encumbered by it. You see white. Until the streets start showing up around what you would at first think to be streets. It's wood underneath your feet. You realize it's a wooden bridge leading from one plateau to another plateau.
Is there anything there that I can glean? Just asking, as always.
Just asking. This is a magical device that does... It induces the effects of a spell.
So I can't.
It's not him directly casting it.
It's not him directly casting it.
Yeah.
Unless I take it from him and absorb it, I can't.
Yeah. That kind of dealio on this one. As you look around, the wooden platform you see is deserted on this end. But that's because it's the outskirts of a vast communal living situation. You might even say city. Resting in the tall branches of the vast trees of the jungles of Vesuth. The ground below you is 500 feet down, covered in watery substances. The city expands and encompasses 6 different trees. Roughly towards the northern end of it, in between the other 5, is the biggest one, with the most building infrastructure around its base. Or not base, but around its treetops. There are gondolas that can be hired. You might pay a copper or 2 to go from one tree to the next. Well, where you find yourselves, Julian will tell you, is in between the central walkway of the southeasternmost and southwesternmost trees. They all have their own individual tellings, but he never bothered to learn or memorize them. But from where you are as well, mainly because he doesn't deal with Zelen, or not Zelen, Zonio. He deals with Crocpolis more than anything. But along towards the western side, you can see faint pillars of smoke coming out of the trees across a riverbed. That would be the Savoth armies. Just on the other side of that river they control. The Vezuth controls this side. Seems as though we've arrived in a good time. No fights happening as of right now. Which means I must, again, usher you and tell you, you're best leaving as soon as possible. If an attack should happen, the city will be put on lockdown, and no one will be allowed out.
Very good. What time of day is it right now?
Yeah, it's around like 8 a.m. You haven't crossed any time zones on this venture.
Well, I think we'll take your advice and head out immediately. Which way's the way?
North.
He's gonna point to north. Great.
Nearly directly north. Little east. But, if I'm to understand, Slabrat and Abovine should have a direct sense to where they're going. Callis has a piece of the hive. They should be drawn to it.
Oh. Is this the case, Slabrat?
It's like a compass, but you feel it in your gut.
Let your
Also,
gut lead the way, good Slabrat.
being of what race I am created of, Abovine can immediately tell which direction is north by nature.
Indeed.
Let's move.
Julian's looking down towards there's a fleet of ships, navy ships, still docked. A few of them are beginning to move out. But there's one that's very different from the rest. It's not made of wood. It's made of metal. And he has these strange devices and this large cap. It's like a trapdoor, but roughly about 20 by 20 feet wide. And it looks as though it opens up in a twisting manner, as opposed to opening up like normal trapdoors on ships like this would do. Up or fastening in, moving aside, but it twists and opens. Looks like my friends are already here. Well, good luck with your journeys. I'm about to see if I can save some diplomatic pressure I had in Andrea.
Very good. Good luck to you, old friend.
Thank you.
And we're going to start moving.
Bustling about. This city, while entirely in the trees, is packed. If you ever get to any of the main streets, you are shoulder to shoulder moving through people. A good chunk of them being military in uniform. There's a lot of people about, but by the time you reach the other side, it's another hour before you can reach the other side of the city. It's beginning to dwindle down. The people are moving around. And should you spare a glance towards the back again, the ships are all leaving the harbor, not only on the Vezuth side, but also on the Savoth side. The civilians are moving into the houses to take shelter, and the war, or the military, are stationing themselves for whatever is to come for the day, for what Savoth has to give them. You do see clear signs of warfare going on having gone on. Kinks inside buildings, kinks inside the trees where large ballista bolts have landed. Buildings that have collapsed in from catapult attacks or even artillery from the ships. Cannons may have even dealt some of this damage in the city. It's worse on the southern sides and the western sides than it is in the northern sections. But portions where you shouldn't see sky, you can see sky. The canopy of the trees has been damaged by the siege. That's been going on for more than 8 lunas now. You are escorted down to the bottom. I say escorted, more shown the path down from the northernmost tree. From here, it's traveling on the swamp shores. Shores. You're in swamplands.
Yuck.
Yuck indeed.
I don't know if it matters, but there's some verbiage on this elven kind cloak. My hood is up this entire time.
Excellent.
So,
yeah.
That's said. And I've attuned to both of these items.
Excellent. Wonderful. Perfection. Traveling along. Let's see. Let's measure this out, shall we? You are in Zonio. Let's say you can still get a good day's journey in. You're roughly 190-ish miles away from your destination. We divide that down. You've got... Excuse me. Jungle time here. Excuse me again, goodness gracious. You've got about 3 days of jungle to get through. So, who wants to do it? Who wants to give us the roll? 3 days, it's your first chunk of the journey. Random encounter.
Survival roll?
Survival roll. Actually, yeah, no. We're in a true travel time stuff here. Who would like to be the guide? Who would like to be the watch?
I have a +4 to survive.
Abovine is specifically designed for this.
Okay. Go
Perfect.
for it.
So let's get through the kind of rolls we want to be doing here. You probably have some rations. However, there's a good chunk of journeying going along here. You can negate some of effects of discomfort if one of you takes on a scavenging roll. You can also take on the navigation roll, which I think Abovine is excellent for. They are kind of built for that. Quite literally, that's what Aberrats are best at doing. They have natural race features that go into it. And there is the navigation, the watch. Keeping an eye out in the surroundings. You would have none of you are from this area yourself. However, there's plenty of understanding and reasoning to say you've heard of legends of creatures in these areas that are very dangerous.
I'm definitely taking watch. I am a city boy that has no idea about this area whatsoever, but
yeah.
Man, do I have a keen eye.
I'm not the best at any of those things. I'm gonna do my best not to be seen by anything that wants to munch a little guy like me.
Munch.
I'm kind
BT's
of
watching.
BT's watching as well.
And BT shifted.
Slabrat doing a little scavenge. So Slabrat, give me a survival. BT and Altian, give me some perception checks. Actually, if one of you wants to give me an investigation check, you can do that too.
I will do the investigation. That's for damn sure.
Excellent. And Abovine, give me... survival. I can see survival on this one. With advantage, though, Abovine, because you have things that go into it. So, let's start with Slabrat. Slabrat, what'd you get?
Dirty 20.
dirty 20. Easily for the first 3 days. You can use a few of your rations that you have on you, but scavenging is done, food is gathered, and you're good on that front. For the navigation, Aberdeen, what'd you get?
I too have a dirty 20.
Excellent, you're well on track. By the end of the 3 days, you will be reaching the edge of the jungle and just into the marshlands instead. Altian and Big Tin, what you two get?
You first, Big Tin.
23.
23? Oh, good. Okay.
Perception.
That's a dirty 30 investigation with a 19 on the die. A dirty 30.
Dirty 30. Oh, boy.
Clip it. Clip it, folks.
Clever, that's a dirty 30. Let's go 2 days into your journeys here. I'm skipping the percentile dice because we're coming back into things. Got to get familiar with ourselves again. Trudging through the waters. Any conversation? Anything you're talking about as you're slushing through this waist high for Schnorzboop, knee high for everyone else? Maybe mid-calf for Aberveen.
Real quick, a quack for that dirty 30 on behalf of Tangerine.
I'll give you 2.
Snozboop would like to speak to Slabberat to just see what Slabberat's about. What's it like being a fungi, you know? Yeah, we'll go something like, so Slabberat, my understanding is that you used to be a part of the original Aberrat, and now you're your own entity, as it were. What was that like?
Well, I'm not so much as a part as I still am an Aberrat. We are constantly connected.
Oh.
It's kind of like eating a bowl full of bees, and the bees just never stop buzzing.
That didn't clarify a single thing.
No
At
matter.
which point,
Go ahead.
Abelvine starts to list off all the things he can smell, only to Slabberat.
Ah.
Well, that was very illuminating. Altian, anything interesting happened in your travels that you'd like to discuss?
Right as he is asking that, Altian, ahead of you, it's probably actually important for me to ask, what's your marching order?
Abelvine's at front.
Oh, yeah.
Right behind him.
Snozboop is somewhere in the middle to make sure he doesn't get lost in a sinkhole.
I'm second to last, let's say. And then the big giant steel protector is in the back for just in case. Let's just say that. Okay. A shield on the back, if you will.
Good being in the back, Big Ten?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah?
If it's up to him. Yeah.
That's what they want? Sure.
Schnorzboop being somewhere in the middle, that'll put Slabberat just slightly in front. Spread you out a little bit, because at this point I feel like you all would know. There is a little map. Yeah. There is.
You're going to bring us to it? Or
No, I'm not.
Are we going in blind until next week?
Going in blind until next week, yeah.
Oh boy.
Right as he's asking that, Altian, you're noticing that just to your right, to the right of Slabberat, who's looking over towards Schnorzboop right now, there's a movement. Multiple of these limbs slithering around. It's larger than you're used to, but you quickly put together that it's a centipede of some kind, but it's big. Probably around the same size of Slabberat, and it creeps out of its fold. Aberveen, you don't see this, neither does Slabberat or Schnorzboop. Big Tin, you catch onto it as soon as it's coming out. But the two of you also catch on to the vines underneath your feet starting to slither and crawl back as they very quickly and aggressively, just as this giant centipede is making itself apparent and seen to all of you, wrap around the head of this thing and pull it towards this mossy, fungal feature along the rock, slamming it in with a spray of this green goo across the back of Slabrat there. As more of these tendrils start to pick up, wrap around, and one of them starts to launch directly towards Slabrat around his feet. And that is where we're going to start next week.
Oh, what?
Quick note, Murray. Slabrat should never be more than 5 feet away from Abelvine. Just
We're
so
like
you know.
right next to each other, right? 'Cause
Yes.
He's in front. I'm right
Easy to
behind.
do.
And Abelvine always makes sure that Slabrat is no more than 5 feet away from him. That's just the way he is.
So wait, we didn't get attacked by a centipede. We got attacked by some kind of...
No, giant
Plant?
centipede was showing itself and was rearing up and being aggressive, but then this plant-like thing wrapped around it killed the giant centipede and is now getting aggressive towards you.
Okay, then. That's...
Raid.
Gross.
Jumanji style.
And I'm assuming that that's it, so I'm gonna hit us with one more sound before we go out.
We'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Oh,
That
man.
is that. We will be back next week to face whatever they're finding inside this jungle. Think Roper, but different.
Boo.
Yeah,
Anyway,
boo.
stick around for the raid, guys. Who are we gonna
around for
raid?
a raid.
Who are we gonna raid? Who are we gonna
Yes. Oh, what a good way. Good comeback. Good way to come back. Thanks, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so. Very fun.
Great sesh. Who's on? Who have we
Cats have been
got?
bothering me the entire time.
That's
As
what
they
cats
are
do.
wont
That's
to
what they're
do.
here for.
Yes.
Exactly.
Dipper actually hangs out. Mabel just like Mabel.
Let's see.
Mabel be
Anyone?
Mabeling.
Anyone chat got any suggestions for a raid? I'm seeing a few people there higher up on the counts than I usually do. I usually aim for single digits first.
There's
What about D20 deathmatch?
yeah, D20 deathmatch is going.
How long have
So
we been
is
going for?
Dispel Logic. I'm
We've
not
been
sure. Let us
21
bear-
hours. That's why.
Oh wow.
Oh, that might
How
be
about
why. You
Dispel
know what?
Logic? Dispel
Let's
Logic.
Yeah,
see.
Dispel Logic. There's Easy Dispel. Speaking of Dispel.
Dispel Logic?
Tales Archived.
Oh, they've recently just started. Actually, we haven't done them in a while. Let's do them. Let's do Dispel Logic.
Do it.
Yeah. Let's say hello to Dispel. That's the wrong computer. I don't know where that was going. Dispel Logic. Here we go. Excellent. Well, before we do that lovely little raid, come on by on
Yes.
Tuesday at 8 p.m. MT for whatever we're doing then. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a hoot. Nice, delightful, chill, relaxed time with a few of us here at the inn. Other than that, check out our store, join our Discord, go to our socials and give them a follow. All those wonderful, delightful little things. And thank you, State Farm, for sponsoring us again. Very much appreciated. But for now, thanks everyone for being here. We love you very much. And we'll see you next Sunday.
Have fun. Bye.
Bye.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. giggles